Buenos días.
Good morning.
Me llamo Ludi Soderman y aquí está mi compañera Alexa Malishak.
I am Ludi Soderman, and I am Alexa Mashek.
Somos intérpretes de español a inglés, inglés a español.
We are Spanish-English interpreters.
En esta conferencia, A Right to Care, el compromiso también está para la justicia del lenguaje.
At this conference, Our Right to Care, we're also committed to language justice.
La justicia del lenguaje dice que todas las voces son importantes y todas deben ser escuchadas.
Language justice says that all voices are important and all voices should be heard.
Es importante para nosotras decir lo que usted dice. Su voz vale mucho.
It's important for us to be able to say what you are saying. Your voice is very, very important.
Así que por favor les pedimos que cuando hable un poco más lento que de costumbre.
So we ask that when you're speaking, if you can speak a little more slowly than usual.
Como bien pueden ver, también tenemos dos compañeras que en estos momentos están también comunicándose con el lenguaje de señas ASL.
As you can see, we also have two people here who are communicating through ASL, through sign language.
Así que si usted habla muy rápido, yo voy o Alexa va a hacer este gesto. Slow down.
So if you are speaking very quickly, Ludi or I will make this gesture to ask you to please slow down.
That's for you.
Gracias por tenernos aquí.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for that important message about voice justice, language justice. I'm Dorothy Roberts. I'm a professor. Thank you. I'm a professor here at Penn in Africana Studies, the law, and sociology, and also the director of the Penn program on race, science, and society. And I also want to welcome you to this international conference on our right to care, family caregivers, and people who depend on their care versus the care industry. This convening is the fruit of a wonderful collaboration between myself and my dear colleague, Pilar Gonyalos. I want to make sure I get the accent correct. Pons, and a group of organizers, activists who've been working so long to make this a more caring society. The Global Women's Strike. And Women of Color, Global Women's Strike. Center for the Study of Social Policy. Women's Way. And Women in Dialogue. I am predicting that this will be a historic landmark convening. We've brought together academics, researchers, advocates, community organizers, unpaid and paid caregivers, and those who depend on care locally here in Philadelphia, nationally, and even internationally. Together, we're going to explore how caring relationships based on promoting autonomy, independent living, and mutual respect can be financially supported rather than expanding a care industry based on profits, forced dependence, low standards, low pay, and exploitation. This is a two-day conference Today, we're featuring 2 keynote speeches and 4 jam-packed panels. I'm just so thrilled at the people who are joining these panels, really the leading global experts and activists in this field. We'll have grassroots campaigners and national and international researchers and advocates, as well as a conversation with special guest, U.S. Representative Gwen Moore, a Democrat. Democrat from Milwaukee, and we're going to end with a public reception, book signing, and archives display. Tomorrow's event will take place at Crossroads Women's Center in Germantown. And it will build on today's discussions with strategy sessions on how to win policies that caregivers need. And that will end with a rally for a care income now at Love Park in Center City at 3 p.m. So we're covering all bases with this. Now, before I turn the podium over to my colleague and co-organizer Pilar, Professor Pilar, I want to thank Maddie Johnson. Where's Maddie? Okay, Maddie Johnson, who is the Program on Race, Science, and Society's Administrative Coordinator, who worked tirelessly over many months on every aspect of the logistics of this conference. PRSS just hired her, and the minute she was hired, she jumped into spending all her time working on getting this conference together. As well as our many amazing co-sponsors who made this conference possible. I'm going to read their names. I would suggest holding applause until the end because there's a lot of them and we're already running late. We'll be here all morning. But we are so thrilled and grateful. We couldn't have done this conference without the financial and promotional and spiritual support of these co-sponsors. I've mentioned some of them. Okay, High Point Cafe, Howard Family Giving, Penn program we mentioned already, Philly Child Care Collective, the University of Pennsylvania Center for Africana Studies, where I should have mentioned PRSS is housed, Penn School of Social Policy and Practice, Penn School of Nursing, Penn Lauder Institute, Penn Program in Gender, Sexuality, and Women's Studies, Penn Center for Research in Feminist, Queer, and Transgender Studies, the University Research Foundation Grants Program, Weaver's Way Co-op, Women in Dialogue, Women's Way, and the Mellon Foundation gets special thanks for its support for the Wages for Housework Community Archives and the archives and historical components of the Our Right to Care Conference. So thank you to all. And now I will turn over the podium, the table, to Professor Pilar, who will add some remarks to open this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. My name is Pilar Gonyolan-Spons, and I am an associate professor here in sociology. I'm already speaking too fast, so slow down, Pilar. Nina, who just met me on Zoom for a few months, already told me, you're a fast talker. So, taking the lesson. So, I study care work, and it has been a true honor to be a part of organizing this conference with all of you. It's been a really special honor to help put my grain of salt into this effort, this historical convening. I'm a numbers person, and I was asked to share a little bit, some numbers about care work. So what I'll do is share a few brief facts to contextualize the importance of care work, and then I'll move on to introduce our very first, very special keynote speaker. So we often hear that care is the foundation of our economy or of our society, and that care is devalued. But what does that actually mean? Some of these numbers can help illustrate this. So providing care is not only essential in the sense that literally everything would fall apart if nobody was doing it, but it's also, we could say, the largest sector or like industry, I mean, not in the private sense, but like the largest labor sector of the economy. The daily provision of care for those who need it, and these includes children, folks with disabilities, older adults, requires a vast amount of human labor, human effort. In the United States, on an average day, there are 93 million people who provide unpaid care to children and adults. And there are 32 million individuals who provide paid care. That's a total of 120 million individuals engaged in providing care on a daily basis. Do you know how many workers does it take to run the retail, wholesale, and manufacturing industries? 27 million. Providing care involves 4.5 times more people than running the three largest industries in the economy. And this work is extremely unevenly distributed by gender and by race. Women provide more than double the amount of care than men provide. And that's both because women are more likely to be caregivers than men, but also because caregiving women provide more care work than caregiving men. For instance, women make up over 90% of the childcare workers and over 85% of home health aides. And Black and Latina women are very disproportionately represented in paid care jobs. Nearly 40% of the workers in nursing homes and in home health aid are non-white women, nearly 40%. This group of women represents 11% of the overall workforce, but 40% of the workforce in long-term care. So care is essential and a huge amount of work effort. And in what ways is it devalued? One of the most direct measures that we have that care work is devalued is evidence showing that providing care is associated with economic losses. People lose money when they start providing care, meaning people take pay cuts or lose income as a consequence of providing care. We call these care penalties. And there's evidence that care penalties for both paid caregivers as well as unpaid caregivers. Studies show that paid care jobs pay less than jobs that require the same level of skill, but that do not involve caregiving. Researchers show that workers may lose up to 14% in wages for taking on a job in paid care. And providing unpaid care is also linked to economic losses. Individuals drop out of the workforce, reduce work hours, or change jobs to accommodate the care needs of others and to provide that care. Becoming a mother is estimated to reduce women's earnings by 30%. And providing unpaid adult care is estimated to result in a total of $470 billion in wages lost every year. These economic penalties are huge, and they are experienced by many women, by the vast majority of women. But some women experience larger and more care penalties than others. Black and Latina women will often face both paid and unpaid care penalties because they take on the jobs in paid care and also face economic losses related to providing care for children and adults in their families, in their kin networks. And in my current work, I'm asking, what would it look like to get rid of these care penalties? By how much more income would people, disproportionately women and women of color, have disposable if we did not have these care penalties? By how much would gender and race inequality decline if we eliminated these penalties? And I don't have final answers yet, but my analysis suggests that these inequalities will become quite a bit more smaller if we didn't have these care penalties. So I want to leave us with this thought of what would it take to eliminate these care penalties, and how can we build a coalition and a vision that communicates the urgency of eliminating these unjust care economic penalties. So with this, I want to introduce our first and very special keynote speaker, Selma James. Selma James is an anti-sexist, anti-racist, and anti-capitalist campaigner and author, founder of the Wages for Housework. In 1972, Selma put forward Wages for Housework as a political perspective that redefined the working class to include all who work without wages, starting with women, the primary carers everywhere. The International Wages for Housework campaign she founded coordinates the global women's strike, and with her husband and colleague C.L.R. James, she worked in English-speaking Caribbean for independence and federation between 1952 and 1962. Her first anthology, Sex, Race, and Class, The Perspective of Winning, was published in 2012, and her second, Our Time Is Now, Sex, Race, Class, and Caring for People and the Planet, was published in 2021, both by PM Press. They focused on what can be learned from decades of building an international network and the autonomous organizations within it. She was the first spokeswoman for the English Collective of Prostitutes. She is a founding member of the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network. She is a mother and a grandmother. And let me add just a very quick personal note, because it is an incredible honor to introduce someone who has had such a profound impact on my thinking and on the thinking of many others. I first encountered some of her early essays from the 1970s, including the famous essay, The Power of Women and the Subversion of Community, in graduate school, and it opened for me an entirely new perspective about the economy and society, illuminating how its organization rests on the exploitation of what we call labor of love. With unparalleled analytical insight and memorably witty commentary, this essay and many others, more than any others, are essays that to which I return continuously. And because I'm a teacher and I'm a professor here, I have the pleasure to share this text, your text, with the students and see their worldview shift and become deeper and richer and more critical and braver because they learn from you. So thank you for joining us today.
It is my official job to welcome you to this conference to which I think we all contributed and which I think is going to give us a chance to evaluate our own lives and decide how we want to live. That is a big order, but I think that it's worthwhile. I believe that the subject is so valuable. You don't hear me. So crucial to our relationships and to the life that we may want to live, as opposed to the life that we have found ourselves living, that it's worth making that claim for it. I have to say that we, in the Wages for Housework campaign, say that we must invest in caring, not killing. Very tall order for this moment in time, when it seems that killing is more likely than caring. But we will do our own calculations over the course of the next 2 days. Now, I have some deficiency. I can't read. I didn't forget how, I just didn't pay enough attention to my eyes. And so Nina, my partner there, is going to read a few quotes for me, because what I thought we could do to open the conference is to say what some women have said about it, about an income for women, about mothers and what mothers decide and what mothers are forced to decide. So the first person that I want to speak about is Eleanor Rathbone, which some of you may know. She gave a family allowance to us after years of struggle, and up to today, we women have a family allowance for each child that is born live in the UK. And they tried to take it away. They thought we didn't need the money. And they almost had to call the army out against us because women were so infuriated that the little money, the only money they said they could call their own, was to be taken away, that the government changed its mind. And we kept the money. It's not a lot of money, but some money is better than no money. Okay. So she was a wealthy woman, and she came from an unusual family of wealthy people who cared about others. One example of this was the fact that they were ship owners and they never carried slaves. Never. Another example was that her father, Eleanor Rathbone's father, was very upset at the treatment of women in the workhouse, and she wrote to, what's her name, the great nurse, Florence. He wrote to Florence Nightingale, and he said, "Will you come and help me? The women are in trouble." She wrote back and said, "I don't have the time, but I'll tell you exactly what to do, and you do it and you'll get good results." And they proceeded. He wrote, she wrote, and they changed the situation, at least in Liverpool, for women. Now, we don't get many rich people that we like. Mentioning no names. But Eleanor Rathbone was not one of those. We have to thank her for noticing what the situation was for mothers. Mothers were left out, and we still are in many ways. And so she made some statement that I want to read.
Okay. This was Eleanor Rathbone in her masterpiece, The Disinherited Family, in 1924. She said, "Nothing can justify the subordination of one group of producers, the mothers, to the rest. and their deprivation of all share of their own in the wealth of a community which depends on them for its very existence.
At today, and it has helped us greatly. She became an MP. First of all, she was in the suffrage. They won the vote, and she became an MP. She was not happy with the way the movement responded to women when they won the vote. She said, we've made an implicit bargain that they would fight for the welfare, for the vote, and then we will work for them. But we're not doing the second part, we're only doing the first. She, however, made up for that, and she fought in the Parliament until in 1945, as the first act of the new welfare state, a money wage was paid to mothers called family allowance in the United Kingdom. Now, they didn't get it in the colonies, be sure they didn't. They make money coming in, not going out where colonies were concerned. But we got the family allowance, and people knew that there was something they could call their own, that was theirs by right, that was paid for work that they were all doing. And she set the tone for the next period, and people really appreciated the fight that she had made and the money that she had spent to get us some money, not much, but some. There was another woman who was a supporter, Maud Royden, who was a Welsh woman, and she said,
what we want is not to enable mothers to earn their living, but to ensure that since they have earned it, they should get it.
There's a clarity in these statements which we've lost. Yes, we can make the statements, but we're not used to making those statements, and we're not used to underlining the work that mothers do, because, first of all, they bring all the people of the world into life. Now, that takes some doing. And it takes some requirement, it takes some great act of the society generally to acknowledge that enormity of volume and concern and the caring that it requires, so that we all, or most of us, with any luck, survive as the community all over the world. Okay. The third person I want to mention is a great writer.
Virginia Woolf.
Virginia Woolf was clearly, she was clearly influenced by Rathbone, as so many would. And she was also very interested as an artist, and a good artist, about the money that would enable her to have $500 a year and a room of her own so that she could do the brilliant writing that we know she did. But she didn't forget the mothers. While she was writing the book 3 Guineas, which is really a good book, I do recommend it, while she was writing 3 Guineas, she was putting into 3 Guineas what she wanted mothers to fight for.
This is what she said. Woman must make it her business to press for a living wage, a wage to be paid by the state legally to the mothers for the work of bearing and bringing up children, a real wage, a money wage, so that it became an attractive profession instead of being, as it is now, an unpaid profession, an unpensioned profession, and therefore a precarious and dishonored profession.
I want to, you know, if they're really great artists, they do remember mothers. That's where you find mothers written about and also portrayed in other ways. And you have to remember that the great artist understands caring and understands the reproduction of the human race, sometimes in ways that other people don't. So she wrote that, and she kept saying, a money wage. Don't give me this business of a coupon and something else. A money wage, money that you put in your hand and that you can spend at your leisure. Okay, there's only one person more that I want to refer to, and that is Johnny Tillman. Now, the most
Hold on.
extraordinary
You press the button.
the most extraordinary experience that I had, in a way, was I had been on a picket line with some welfare mothers because I saw the picket line and I couldn't refuse a picket line. But I didn't really know a lot about the movement. And then it occurred to me about wages for housework, and we got involved. And then I began to understand that there was a massive movement for money for women in the United States in the middle of the 20th century. And we began to understand how much work had gone into that movement and how important that movement was, and the fact that it was hidden because it was, at least on the surface, black. It was a piece of racism that millions did not know about that movement as wages for housework, which indeed it was. And ultimately, in 1972, very important year to me, Johnny Tillman, who was the head of that movement and really clever, pretty obvious, was invited to write for Ms. Magazine an article about money for women. Will you read that?
Sure. This is what she said. If I were president, I would solve this so-called welfare crisis in a minute and go a long way toward liberating every woman. I just issue a proclamation that women's work is real work. In other words, I'd start paying women a living wage for doing the work we're already doing, child raising and housekeeping.
Isn't that a gem? But look again, read it again. She is inviting women to join that movement. It is an appeal for women of whatever race to join the movement for an income for mothers. A lot has to be said about that, and we have to find a great deal more about it. But we know that that force, that power to get the money and try to keep it, and see that we are not dependent on men. We can have relationships, I hope so, especially if they're sons. But we are not to be dependent on any human being when we work so hard for every human being. And Connie Tillman really began to tell us something about ourselves that we had not found out. And that thing has really had reverberations. There are many things I can say about it, but I don't want to do that today because there are so many brilliant women to say so much, and we want to save all the time for them. Anyway, there was a movement, a massive movement for wages for women in the United States, and we have to look into that more closely and understand more about it. And we want to know about all the schemes and all the problems that women in this country and everywhere, it seems, where there is a financial economy, what women have been plotting, what women have been trying to win, and what women have begun actually to win all over the world. And you'll hear more about that in the days that follow this. Meanwhile, let me just say thank you for listening to me.
That's gone up.
It
went off. If you press the button there.
I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing.
That's it. Just hold it there.
Okay. I'm almost done anyway. I think this is an auspicious occasion, and I look forward to hearing what people will say, and maybe even have a few words to say myself. Thank you very much for listening, and good luck with your important thinking and explanations. Thank you. Wanted to make, and I would be very upset not to have made it. Eleanor Rathbone was for money for every mother. But on the whole, the women who won suffrage and were happy to be more powerful, she said, turned their backs on the women who had helped them to win it, and talked about that they won personal emancipation, but they did not win the emancipation for women generally. I want to say that Emily Kalachi is here, who wrote the book about us. And one of the things that she included was why we said that we will not have women in the Wages for Housework campaign who don't want that money for themselves and therefore for every woman. And that is our policy. We want to change not a particular amount of money. We want to change the world for women, and therefore for everyone. We want everyone to have their own ability to feed themselves.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Selma. That was amazing. An amazing inspiration to all of us. And Dorothy and Pilar, thank you. And the interpreters and the translators. We're going to go right into this panel. We're going to cut it a bit short. We will skip our little follow-up questions. So we're going to do introductions. The panelists are going to respond to some questions, and then we will be taking a break. My name is Phoebe Jones. I'm with the Global Women's Strike, which is one of the conference sponsors. The strike works out of the Crossroads Women's Center, where day 2 of the conference will be held. I'm moderating this panel, and I'm really glad that we're starting off with this panel, women with direct experience, because I think it gives us a grounding for the rest of the day. We are going to begin with Tree and Philippa. Tree and Philippa will be introducing themselves. Philippa was Tree's caregiver and have a special relationship. So Tree, take it away with an introduction. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tree Muldrow. I live in Philadelphia. I'm a mother, grandmother. I was a former caregiver for my grandparents when I was a teenager, and later for my parents until they passed away. And in 2018, I think, I became a receiver of care. So I have experienced both sides of the issue. And Philippa here is my caregiver, my friend, my family, my daughter. And I think it's a special relationship, but it's a very important relationship in my life. I had stuff that I wrote down, but I can't see it anyway. So, and to make it a little shorter, do you want Philippa to introduce herself now, or do you want
Whatever, however you two want to divide it.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Philippa. I am a mom to 2 kids. One of them is a 21-year-old special need. He's autistic. I think that is level 4 autistic, nonverbal, intellectually disabled. I have always been his caregiver, and I'm still his caregiver, paid and unpaid caregiver. I was a paid caregiver only when he turned 18. I had been his unpaid giver from 2 years old when he was diagnosed. And I'm a caregiver, and this is to Miss Modro, who eventually is my godmother and my children's god-grandmothers. Thank you.
Yeah, I've gone off speech because a lot of things that I've just heard and observed. I'm just going to make a few points because I know we're running late. When my parents became ill, I had a government job. I was working part-time, but a well-paid government job. And I had to quit work to be a full-time caregiver to two dependent elderly adults. My mother was actually paralyzed and bedridden. I was paid partially as a caregiver for 4 hours a day for both of them, not combined, not each. And it was I would say a 47 job because, they depended on me for everything. So I appreciate how, and I was a single mom of 3 boys. So, the economic effect of this, the emotional effect, it affected my whole family, not just me, not just my parents, but my children also, because of the changes we had to make in our life. Also, a point that I need to make, and I'm going off speech, but the emotional trauma, I should say, of formerly independent people who realize that they need to depend on somebody else for even their basic needs. Cleaning, bathing, feeding, taking their medicine, you lose your autonomy. I didn't really appreciate all this until I myself became dependent. But I was sort of sympathetic to the changes and the hit it makes on your feeling of self-worth and determination, autonomy, to be flipped over, because all my life I had been a teacher, I had been a mother, I had been a professional teacher, a mother. I identified as a caregiver from the time I was a child. So all of a sudden, my whole identity was flipped around. And that was very hard at first to accept, to, just wrap my head around it. And I think that's very important to realize that. Also, I don't have any family members that live in the area. So when I became a receiver of care, strangers took care of me. And that was another thing. I had to learn trust. I had to give up so much to let a stranger in my house to do all these things that I needed done for me. And I'm a very introverted, closed person. At first, I was very depressed, isolated. I didn't want to be out in the world anymore because I just felt like I wasn't me anymore. The first caregiver I had was, well, all my kids, no, I shouldn't say all of them. My first caregiver was a single mom of 4 kids under 5 years old. It's a low-wage job. How can somebody support their children, and I'm talking small children that need around-the-clock care, on a wage of a home health aide? Provide for them and then, provide for me for how many hours a day. So that was just the impact on her and her family, beside the impact on me, was just profound to me. I had not really considered that at first. Later, and she became family. Her children became family. She moved away. The next caregiver I had was Felipa. And Felipa is not only my daughter in my heart, of my heart, she is my confidant. She's my cheerleader. Sometimes she's my disciplinarian. She'll tell me, you know, she'll reel me in and, you know, be straight with me. And sometimes, you know, I actually, to be honest with you, sometimes I resent it because I've sort of flipped my position of being a mother, teacher, to be almost like a child. And so that's really hard to do, but it's done in love, and I appreciate it. I've had another home health aide who was also a single mother with 2 children. And just the time and effort that Philippa and the other aides, they have to organize their own families at home and their time and their money and their energy and then come and take care of someone else. That is such a profound thing. Okay, but also I want to make a point. I'm going to make it really short because my last caregiver, which I can't really go into, attacked me and seriously injured me. So there's also that trust, you know, I think that needs to be brought out too. Especially when you don't have family, you can choose your caregiver when it's assigned to you. And the danger, I never considered that because my prior experiences had been great and wonderful. So that's just something I want to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Tree. I'm going to come back to you, Philippa, for more story, but I want to finish people introducing themselves. Next, we have Jasmine and Joanne, who have come. You might have heard the cheer for Gwen Moore. They're from Milwaukee, and so is Gwen Moore. And I think they had the Welfare Warriors, which they both work with, had a lot to do with why Gwen Moore, you know, is so right on as she is. So could you both introduce yourselves? And they're here. Amada Morales was not able to come because of other responsibilities, but they are very able spokespeople for her. So welcome and introduce yourselves.
Hello. My name is Joanne Perez. And first of all, I want to give honor to God Almighty, who has allowed Miss Beautiful Phoebe to and all these other wonderful, beautiful women to put this awesome conference together.
Amen, yes.
First of all, I am a woman of God, a mother, and a grandmother, and an advocate for welfare warriors. In 2019, I beat felony charges after I fled with my grandchildren. When CPS showed up at my door for the second time, unannounced and unscheduled, to unlawfully remove my grandchildren. Excuse me. Take your time, sis. I am currently reunified with my grandchildren because of the motion to implement the Family First Act, so that my grandchildren would be placed with their parental grandparents. 2 of the children are living with me now without receiving food or kinship benefits because of the way the CPS has criminalized me. I have been a volunteer court advocate since 2019, and I am currently the Welfare Warriors co-secretary as well. Despite of all that happening to me, I still work on implementing the Family First Act on cases to keep families together. I have risked everything to stop my grandchildren from being raped in the foster care system and being traumatized in a failed, corrupt system that we have. So I looked up some data, and 98 allegations of child maltreatment were substantial against 53 licensed foster parents in Milwaukee County. National statistics say children in foster care are at high risk of abuse compared to their peers not in care. Approximately 1 to 5 children in foster care will experience abuse or neglect. Additionally, children in foster care are almost 10 times more likely to be sexually abused than children not in care. And DCFS gets $22 million every 2 years to take away our children. And for that reason is why I continue to fight for the Family First Act and dismantle DCFS in Milwaukee. Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Jasmine Powell. I'm also an advocate from the Welfare Warriors. I've been involved with them since, I want to say 2015, when my 10-year-old got took at 2 days old. I got a few notes. I'm gonna make it short. Welfare Warriors, what we do is that we advocate for moms like ourselves and other women who deal with DCFS or deal with CPS, which is also known as Child Protective Services, to help mom cure safety concerns so the child could come back home. We also do court support, emotional support, finding them resources for housing, clothes, if they need a ride or just an ear. We also provide other necessities such as books. We got a play area in the building where we hold monthly meetings back in Milwaukee. I also advocate for Welfare Warriors on the strength that I'm a first-hand bystander of being a ward of the state and also dealing with them. I've dealt with the state for 20 years straight consecutively, like with no breaks. Child Protective Services is the devil, excuse me, but it's the truth. I walk in authenticity, and they are just horrible. And you know, me as a mom looking at where I've been and come from now, I see the long-term lingering after effects of being involved. Like, you know, I could tell that wherever my kids were placed with those primary caregivers, that they didn't have to lift anything. No basic life skills were taught under the age of whatever. So when my kids were reunified, it was just, here you go. You know, no, not even as far as the benefits, but the help, the therapist, you know, and I had to get those things on my own. And it's just, you know, the kids, they don't understand what they experience, so it's hard for me to like maintain my cool sometimes with them because they're innocent and they don't understand the trauma that they really been through to understand why they rebel for me in a way. And like I told them, you know, it's different, but moral of the story, moms, we deserve respect, love, acknowledgement. We go unnoticed in so many ways. With me being in my fifth semester of college, I want to go back on the economic base. We do deserve pay. Around the clock, kids is being a mom, a mother is a full-time job with no pay, and I'm saying that in a great way. That's an honor for me. I love my children, but in an economic standpoint, we are considered the women that don't work, that is like caregivers at home. We are part of the large lump sum of the numbers that the previous panel spoke about that don't get documented as paid, that basically billions of money is being missed out on from the economic growth. It is a pleasure to be here to speak in front of you. I'm so nervous. I just want to say that to the women, to the families, don't ever give up. Don't ever stop believing and dreaming. Always remember to just try to stay calm, apologize when you're wrong. It's a blessing to be here, and I love you all, and thank you for having me.
All right. Finally, we have from India joining us is Prabha Kattaswaran. I'm sorry if I butchered your name there, Prabha. And we're thrilled to be hearing from a different continent about many of the same things and experiences. So Prabha, welcome.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Phoebe, for moderating our panel. And thank you so much for this wonderful invitation to the Right to Care conference. I really wish I could have been there, but I'm thousands of miles away, and I'm there with you in spirit. So I want to introduce myself as, of course, a mother and a caregiver to, ailing parents and to my siblings and to my children. But I'm also an academic. I'm a professor of law and social justice. at King's College London.
Prabha, keep it slow, keep it slow.
Okay. So I'm really delighted to be a part of this conference because I have felt like someone who, despite being in a rather mainstream academic field, such as in a law school, have always felt like I'm on the margins. Because all of my prior work was with sex workers in India, where in fact, their reproductive labor has not been recognized by the state, as in many other parts of the world. The state essentially has a criminal law in place to criminalize sex workers. And I have to say that across the world, there has been a gathering momentum to further criminalize sex workers and to criminalize their customers, which affects their livelihood first and foremost. And these sex workers are often also mothers who are trying to actually raise their children despite their very difficult economic circumstances. So I have benefited a lot from and been inspired by the Wages for Housework movement, because in the minefield that feminist scholarship has become over the question of sex work, I think the Wages for Housework movement is one of the few that has actually welcomed sex workers into its fold. And so a lot of my earlier work was trying to understand how one could actually recognize the reproductive labor that sex workers are performing and how to validate it as a form of work, just like any other. It may be deeply exploitative. There could be instances of violence, and there are instances of violence. But the question is the use of the criminal law the right way to address what are fundamentally questions of socioeconomic inequality? So learning from the experience of sex workers, and we happen to have a very robust sex workers movement in India, which really inspired me to rethink some of the materialist feminist scholarship on sex work. And drawing inspiration from the sex workers movement, I'm now looking at social reproduction more broadly to understand not just sex work, but also reproductive labor in the form of erotic dancing, in the form of egg donation and commercial surrogacy, in the form of paid domestic work, and last but not the least, unpaid domestic work. So the project that I currently run, which has a team of many feminist scholars, essentially rethinks the laws of reproduction. Because and the state, although it appears to be completely neutral in terms of how it recognizes or doesn't recognize women's work, is in fact foundational to mischaracterizing women's work as violence. So the idea is to think about what are the legal categories that characterize these various forms of women's reproductive labor and to reconfigure these categories. So are erotic dancers really just troublemakers, as the law imagines them to be? Or are surrogates essentially dealing in, selling babies? Is that what the law wants us to believe? And what about paid domestic workers whose rights are never recognized by the law? And of course, unpaid domestic and caregivers.
Why don't we come back to Prabha as soon as she gets back online? But Philippa, I wanted to come back to you. You were talking about the unpaid work of caring for your son who's autistic and has, caregiving needs, and a paid caregiver for Tree and for others. And I wondered if you could talk about that and how do you feel about your ability to care and your job in especially in relation to your son?
I was at my son's school he was in elementary school then, and I was asked, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm a mom." Okay. And I was asked again, "What job do you do?" I said, "I'm a mother. That's my job." And the woman said, "Oh, don't we all?" Because she realized that, wait a minute, that's true. She's a mother too, and that's a job. But she never thought that was a job because that's how we are all being brainwashed. And then she said, what job do you do outside home? I said, now you have asked me a question. I said, I'm a caregiver. But that, being a mother is the first job I do. And I'm a mom of an autistic child. That means that I'm a speech therapist. If you know speech therapists, how much they earn. But I was not paid. I was an unpaid speech therapist. I was a physical therapist. I'm still an unpaid physical therapist. I am a visual management therapist, and that, when I pay out of pocket for that, that's about $6,000 a month. But I was able to talk to the visual management center to please let me do it by myself because I wouldn't have the money to pay. So $6,000 every month is what I am unpaid as my son's visual management therapist. And these are just part of it. I'm also a sound management therapist because he had problem with balancing and entire ear canal issue. And I get to do all without getting paid. And when I did get a job outside home, as the job I do outside home, as a care worker with the first agency I was working with, I was being paid $13 an hour to work the same job that I do at home that I wasn't paid. And that was the only reason. If I only work outside, is the only reason they will send somebody to my home to be a caregiver to my son while I'm outside. And that person was paid $15 per hour. So this calculation is you go and work for $13 per hour, and we send somebody to your house and we'll pay the person $15 per hour. Very good calculation. Right. And this is what most parents that have children on the spectrum faces. I am in large group, and I was telling them about this conference today, and I've always been talking with a lot of people, and it's like, isn't it true? Aren't we therapists? But do we get paid as therapists? No. And when we do go outside to work, do we get as much as we should? No, because our labor is really looked down upon as, oh, it's just a caregiver.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Prabha's back online, but she's going to stay off video, so we have the least chance of her being cut off again. Prabha, please continue.
Thank you, and sorry about that. So yeah, I just wanted to complete the introduction by saying that there is a very important role that the law and the state play in misrecognizing or not recognizing women's reproductive labor. And we really need to interrogate some of these categories to fight for women's economic rights. That's all. Thank you.
Prabha, since we have you on, can you talk a little bit about the unconditional cash transfers that have been going on in a state in India, which is, yeah, she'll tell us. And could you talk about that while we have you on, so in case we lose you again?
Yeah, no, thank you so much. So hopefully if my connection lags, I will turn off my video. But essentially, yes, what is happening currently is in India is that about 11 states in the country have started issuing unconditional cash transfers to women. And these are in different states. It depends on, it tends to be for poorer women, but the amounts are completely unconditional. So this development is rather new. This came up only in 2021, where a new political party in one of the southern states promised what he called a salary for housewives. And very quickly, there was a huge kind of debate within the country on whether this was desirable or not. So the first set of feminists to get into the debate were feminist economists. And many feminist economists were unhappy with this proposal because in India, we have a very low female labor force participation rate. About 25 to 30% of the women engage in paid employment outside the home. So feminist economists were very worried that unconditional cash transfers of this sort would actually reduce the incentive for women to get educated. It would reduce their prospects for paid employment, and that it would reinforce the gender division of labor. So there were a flurry of articles and discussions around the proposal for unconditional cash transfers. But I think politicians were onto something. They found that in many parts of many of these states, which come up for elections every 5 years, that actually there were more women in a particular constituency than there were men in terms of, voters. And eager to please women, began to promise cash transfers and began to win these elections. So it's unclear whether women actually voted for them because they promised the cash transfers, or whether they won because women voted for them because of the cash transfers. So that actually, the data on that is not very definite, but many of these states that came into power started issuing unconditional cash transfers. So in the meantime, there are theorists of the welfare regime in India who also joined the debate. And because these cash transfers are directed into the bank accounts of women through what's called direct bank transfers. So you have to have your unique identification number, and that's linked to a bank account. So the money goes directly into your bank account. Many theorists of the welfare regime in India, because we don't really have a welfare state, that would be a misnomer. But we have a welfare regime, which is fairly basic and rudimentary. So many of the commentators on the left argued that actually these direct bank transfers simply depoliticize the political relationship between the citizen and the state. And these cash transfers then get attributed to the individual politician who's promising these cash transfers. And to some extent, they're right in being worried about cash transfers because they can often be used to replace what the state is already giving to a lot of poor people in India by way of food distribution, for example, and pensions and other sort of quite minimalistic benefits, including cash transfers to farmers and so on. So they were very concerned that, in fact, these cash transfers might supplant the existing welfare regime. So what I've tried to do is really go and ask women what they think about these cash transfers, because I think that's fundamental to know. So in one of the states that I've recently published an article about in World Development, this is the southern state of Tamil Nadu, the government notification itself recognizes women's unpaid work. It also recognizes their underpaid paid employment. So the rationale for the cash transfer is to recognize women's unpaid work and their underpaid work in the market. And based on this imagination, the cash transfers have been rolled out to about 10 million or 11 million women in the state of Tamil Nadu. So we conducted, as feminists, we went out to women and asked them what they really thought about, the cash transfers. And so we found that very few women, in fact, saw the connection between the cash transfer and the recognition of their unpaid work. But a few of them did. A handful of them recognized that, oh, this could be for our unpaid work that we do within the home. And we found that by talking to them, we didn't find many of the worries that feminist economists had about these cash transfers did not prove to be true. So it did not reduce, investment in education. It did not mean that they were stopping to do paid employment. And it certainly didn't look like it was reinforcing the gender division of labor. Instead, women thought that both men and women in working class families had to engage in paid employment in order to simply survive. And neither were some of the arguments that the theorists on the left of the welfare regime borne out when we spoke to women. So they actually did not think that they were beholden to some politician for the money that they were giving them. Instead, they told us that often marriage was viewed in their context as a contract for, securing domestic work. And so therefore they felt that they often were completely dependent on men for various small expenses. So instead of having to constantly rely on men for meeting basic needs, their basic needs, as well as the needs of their children, they felt like getting this money from the state actually disrupted the marital relationship, because they actually felt that they could, they did not have to rely on their husbands anymore. And this would therefore reorient the bargaining power within the household. They felt like they could take care of themselves and their children to some extent through these cash transfers. So it's very early days. And so a lot of studies would be required to see exactly what the cash transfers mean for the women, because these are not huge amounts. But despite that, women said that they felt their levels of financial well-being were very high. They felt like they had some respect and dignity within the household. They felt like their children looked to them and respected them more. And they also felt that they were seen by the state finally, So they were not just passive beneficiaries of these cash transfers. They actually felt like they could assert their rights, against the state, especially if there was any delays in the payment of the cash transfers, for example. So I just want to end by saying that this is a new experiment. Very much, I think, resonates with the Wages for Housework movement. And I'm really glad to have been able to share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope people caught the numbers. That one study was 10 million, but isn't it 90 million women throughout India?
Yes, that's right. So it's 11 million women in that particular state, but overall it's close to 90 million women across the country.
Okay, we're going to now do a round of enabling people to add more comments, respond to what's being said. And Tree, go ahead.
Okay, I'll just tell you, I can't wrap my head around numbers too good, and I'm not good at analyzing things. But I just wanted to make a couple points, and I want to get personal, which is very hard for me. I've only been able to do this in the past year, maybe. My relation to everything that everybody has said on this panel, from the ages of 6 to 8, I was a victim of child sex trafficking. So I understand the fear of having your children exposed and exploited by this. I can't see my points. I had to hide my kids from the foster care system. I had to do a lot of shady things to keep them out, because during their young school years, I suffered many mental health issues. I was hospitalized off and on for 8 years. I was forced to have an abortion while I was hospitalized after getting pregnant while hospitalized. Let's see. Oh, and these are just bullet points, I'm sorry. I suffer from a lot of I can't think of the word, trauma, but what do you call it? Issues that autistic neuro and just, what do you call it? I'm sorry. I wrote it down because I thought of it as sensory issues. Sounds, sight. I can't identify faces because of my trauma, because I was told never to acknowledge different people that had abused me in the area. So as of now, unless I have an intimate relationship with you, I will not recognize your face. And I think I'll just stop there. And also, my responsibility as a mother of sons, and I think all of our responsibility, is to educate our sons to the value of the work that women and mothers do, and for our equitable compensation. And I think that in our societies, which are mostly patriarch, I can't say it. You know what I'm trying to say, yeah. That, unfortunately, it is up to the women to initiate this change. And I think that's all I wanted to say.
Jasmine, and then you, Philippa. Jasmine, Joanne, whoever. Would you like to make any closing comments or respond to anything that's been said? And also, appreciate what you're saying about how you're fighting back too, because we need to know what you all are doing to, because you all are amazing activists and the welfare warriors. And
Well, I would say that because of the experience, it made me take a look at the system, because I used to, when I would hear about things like that, I didn't feel any compassion in them, because I would be like, well, what did they do?
right.
But now that I experience it myself, I understand that they don't have to do anything. They target mothers, single mothers, if there's not a man in the household, that's who they target. Because if there's a man, and I heard a quote from, I can't think of the name, but I heard somebody talk about one time that why he was a child molester, a killer or something, and they asked him, how do you target your kids? Do you target them by the clothes they wear, their social life, or, what is it? And he says, he looks at the father. And he looks to see if the father is going to give him trouble. And if the father's not there to give him trouble, that's the target, And so when I look at this, it's a lot of women that don't have fathers, and they raise their children sometimes like that. And so that is just a target, which I see, and it's not the only target, but I mean, if men aren't there to do their job sometimes, they put it all on us, and it kind of targets us. And so I see the compassion, I have compassion now for people in the system, because I know we don't have to do anything but be a target. And so that's why I'm fighting to help women to get their children back, because the emotional stress, as you can see sometimes when I bring it up, and just by me talking about it, it brings back the memories of how they traumatize us. And when you're done with it, it just doesn't go away. You're still traumatized. And so you have to work on it every day within yourself, And so that's why I stay in this fight to support mothers, because I know it's a traumatizing experience, and it doesn't matter how old you are. You never get rid of, and you always remember what happened. And so I stay humble because of that, because I've been there. I know what you go through, and I'm here to help, And I want to dismantle, because they get $22 million every 2 years. They bring it up. And now it's up to $22 million to take away our children. And so I'm fighting to dismantle that too. So.
Pigging back to Miss Phoebe and to the other panelists, I want to say for welfare warriors, on behalf of Amada, I meant to mention her, Amada Morales, because she given us the opportunity.
Yes.
I want to say, as far as my part and what I do, I tend to be what I needed somebody to be for me, being in foster care. So like, if I see a young woman and I'm going somewhere, I'll offer a ride. You know, and when I give them a ride, I give them knowledge, you know, gems, you know, teach them self-awareness, giving them everything that somebody should have gave to women coming up in CPS, you know, so that way they can know to avoid, you know, certain things, to be able to live a better life so they won't end up in some of the same situations that us women and mothers go through. Another thing I just want to touch base on CPS is, for me, and I don't know if any other moms is like this, but I'm still battling and trying to pick up the pieces that I never broke, that was broke way before I even existed. And it's hard and it's traumatizing. And, you know, it breaks the foundation, the ground. I missed out on so many milestones, you know, because they take them 3 and under. They'll take them at birth. And it's a lot of pieces to put back together. And some days CPS, even now, it's been, 5 years, and I'm still questioning, watching my surrounding because of the negativity and the anxiety that they bring on. It's like you can't really live free. You can't live in peace. You know, what if I do this the wrong way or say this the wrong way? But I just want to say, I think us being a support and let us, other moms, see us where we are and giving them the background and history could possibly and does possibly help moms that's coming into these situations. So to let these know that these moms, that they're not alone, that it is supports out here, it is resources, and to not give up and to fight to the best of your ability. It was something else that I wanted to say about what, I don't want to pronounce her name the wrong way. I'm sorry. Prabha. I just want to say I commend the country over there for fighting for women that is sex workers, because sometimes women do have to do things that's strange and awkward to be able to provide for their families. So big kudos to them over there.
Yes.
And because that's hard. I couldn't imagine having to go through that. You know, I'm a compassionate person, and I look from things at a different point of view, and I've been through a lot, but I couldn't imagine us women and moms, you know, all over the world having to do those things. Like, you know, it's not safe, it's dangerous, and our kids shouldn't have to see us do those type of things. They should be seeing happy moms and stuff like that. I want to say, since I've been at Crossroads, Crossroads Women's Center, I just want to say I love the aura, the women there. I like how they come together, and whatever it is that you guys are doing, don't stop, don't give up. And I want to see everybody win. The women deserve to win because we go through so much. We sacrifice so much on a daily. It's so many jobs that we go unspoken for, that's unpaid for, that don't get acknowledged. And I think as long as we keep coming together, everything is going to pan out and it's going to happen.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Deepa.
Thank you. The first thing I will say is, what is work? As a paid and unpaid caregiver, if the value of work or the definition of work is not clarified, to ask to be paid for what you do will not be acknowledged. That's one. And the worker, if I'm a paid and unpaid caregiver, and as a paid and unpaid caregiver, if I'm not here to talk about this, if I do not continue talking to people that it is work, this is work and this is work, I'm getting paid for this, I'm not getting paid for this. If I do not ask to be paid for what I'm not paid for, nobody will just give it to you. You got to ask for it. We got to ask for it. And asking for it is like educating everybody that we come across, and that's what I do. I educate everyone I come across, open their mind to see that there is this imbalance. If I get somebody into my house to sweep my house and do everything, so that person will be paid or to take care of my child. But if I take care of my child, I will not be paid. Getting people to understand that what they are doing deserve to be paid for. is the big thing. I would say almost like the biggest thing. So I was born when the wages for housework was started, I think 1972.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I always see myself as, okay, if I was born then, this is so significant that I continue being that voice from this, my generation, that, okay, it is not only wages for housework, it's wages for all work. What if it is defined as work, then it deserves to be paid for. And so I deserve to be paid for all that, which I do, which I'm not paid for. And I decided not to be a civil engineer, designing and constructing and doing big dams and everything. I put that aside to care for my child and to give care to other people. I shouldn't be punished for this. It hurts. Sometimes it's like, maybe I should go back into the field. Then I think, who will take care of the people I'm taking care of? And finally, that sense that your child, you can only take care of your child when they have gotten to 18 years old. I do not know who brought that idea up, but it's like, who needs the parent most? Is the baby to 18 that needs the parent most. So the ideology of go out and walk and leave a child to another person, and then stay at home and get paid to take care of that grown-up child at 18 is like, okay, this is the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for this. Prabha, do you have any final words you'd like to say? Prabha?
Yeah, no, I just want to say that, it's kind of very interesting sometimes that political and legal developments can, can converge in some interesting ways. So I just want to end by saying that in a completely different set of cases in the Indian context, the Supreme Court has actually said that, women's unpaid work should be recognized by the state. And in the context of women, dying in road accidents where, their family demanded compensation from insurance companies, the Indian Supreme Court has said, we need to confer equality and dignity on women, and that is by recognizing their unpaid work. So I just want to say that feminists need to be open to some of the experiments that we look and see around us in order to seize the opportunity.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Prabha. I wanted to say that tomorrow we're going to be doing a deep dive into the child separation issue, because there have been victories in this of campaigns to open family court and to make poverty is not neglect the law, and including going deeply into that. I want to thank the panel. We did really well. Okay, we've cut down the time. So, did you have one final comment?
Yes,
Sure.
I did want to say, I do thank Welfare Warriors, Pat Gowns. She's been doing this for 40 years, and next month will be 40 years for Pat Gowns, and Amada Morales, woohoo to her too. Awesome, and she's been a worker for 16 years. So just want to thank Warriors, Welfare Warriors, for helping me out.
Yes.
Caregiver unit for my sister who at 24 years old, while she was in labor, suffered a ruptured brain aneurysm that left her with multiple disabilities. My mother was the primary caregiver. My sister was uninsured. And it was the women, always the women in our family and community who supported us. The church ladies, the church ladies showed up. the women in, we had like a neighborhood center, and they would watch my sister. We can afford adult daycare, so they would watch my sister. This was after she had recovered, because it was a long recovery. And even my mom's supervisor, who allowed her to adjust her work schedule so she could take my sister to appointments. And, you know, it was like, because I was young, me and my siblings, my mother was she was a single mother of 4. And so it was like when she was working, we were, you know, the caregivers. So that was my introduction into informal caregiving work. And that's, you know, I didn't fully understand it then, but I knew what it felt like. And then once I started practicing as a nurse, I could, and also started, you know, studying the history of racism in nursing, and really being able to see the racial and gender and class dimensions of it, and you know, how the work is devalued. Nina, you said something last week, and thank you, because I've been like reflecting on this all week. I didn't want to misquote you, but you said, you know, they say care work is important while also telling women you should be doing something else. Yeah. And I can't tell you how many times in my career someone has asked me, why didn't I go to medical school instead of nursing? And that question tells you everything. So we are one of the larger panels, and it will also include translation. Phoebe kind of got us caught up, so I need to move us along. Okay, so the format will be very similar to panel 1. Each panelist will be asked a question, and then after we've gone through a round of questions, we'll just open up the floor for discussion. Okay. Pramila Madison is the Ann Whitney Olin Professor of History at Barnard College. She has published extensively on the multiple meanings of feminism, alternative labor movements, and grassroots community organizing. Can you talk about labor exploitation in the care and domestic work industry, and how care has become a site of profit extraction?
So thank you very much. I also just want to say thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. A little louder. Yeah. Okay, how's that? No, I can't. And I also want to thank everyone who did all the work to put this conference together. Maddie, of course, a lot of people behind the scenes as well. The people who are preparing the food that we're eating, the people who are going to clean up after us, the people who are doing care work for some of us so that we can be here today, as well as the intellectual labor. And I especially want to thank my co-panelists. I think it's so important that we're talking about care right now. As I actually rewrote this this morning as I was listening to everybody. So I'm going to shorten what we talked about last week, and I'm going to add a little bit at the end. And unfortunately, this is not the happy panel. But I think that part of what I'm going to talk about is why the grassroots work that all of you are doing is so important. And it's because the care economy and care extraction and care profit is so problematic right now. There has been a resurgence of interest in and valorization of care politics as practice and as ethics, especially over the last few years. But as we all know, and as this will be demonstrated, you know, for the rest of the day and was demonstrated this morning, care is complicated, it's contradictory, and we heard some of the harrowing stories in the last panel. Not everyone is cared for. There is no equal access to care, whether we're talking about state assistance or corporate benefits, or whether we're talking about the ability to purchase care services in the labor market, right? And we also see a profound lack of care in terms of federal politics and international politics, and Palestine is probably one of the most important examples of a complete lack of care. There we go. So care has been a site of labor exploitation and profit extraction in multiple registers. This includes unpaid women's work. It includes the exploitation of low-paid domestic and care workers, and it includes the extraction of profit in the care economy. The crisis of care over the past 30 years is because of a complex set of forces. I'm not going to talk about all of it, but part of it has to do with the dismantling of the welfare state, the falling of wages, attacks on labor, and middle-class women's entry into the labor force. For some people, the crisis of care forebodes a crisis of capitalism. Oh, we only wish so. But I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Please.
I think that the crisis of care is and has been financially beneficial and necessary for capitalism to flourish. In fact, the crisis of care is not new for Black and brown people. For them, it was not a result of neoliberal restructuring over the past 30 years. The lack of care for some people and their crisis of care has been how capitalism has flourished since its inception. And this includes labor exploitation of domestic workers, which of course generates racial and economic inequality and the crisis of care in Black and brown families. The fact that some people have no social supports, the lack of a comprehensive, adequate healthcare system, the shortage of childcare centers, the fact that families are torn apart, the growing unhoused population. These are all crises that I argue capitalism is benefiting from. While some people might say that these are indications of capitalism's failure, I would say that this is what capitalism has intended all along. Capitalism has turned this crisis into financially lucrative opportunity, creating services and products, securing government grants, and working closely with the nonprofit sector. So care has become a site of capital accumulation and a pillar of the US economy and economic growth. The diffuse and decentralized nature of the care economy means there are many layers of profit to be made. So capital makes money off of things like, off of the money that people spend on home health care aides, nursing homes, education, food delivery, child care. And there are more and more corporate firms that are dedicated to meeting these needs. The care economy has benefited from the needs of people with resources and the crisis of social reproduction of the most vulnerable people. And care.com is just one example of that. I'm sure people have heard of care.com. It's an online platform like Uber. It's a private company, and in 2020, it was bought by a US public holding company for $500 million. I'm gonna skip a little bit here. And I will also say that the state has been implicated in the care economy and profit extraction from care. The welfare state today is less a source of social support for the needy and a site of profit making for politicians and their friends, especially since the dismantling in 1996 loosened restrictions on how states can spend money. And so there's been an outsourcing of welfare state responsibilities, public and private partnerships, where public dollars are transferred to the private sector, both profit and nonprofit. Only about 25% of money earmarked for TANF ends up in the hands of families in need. And I want to give two very brief examples. One is in the state of Mississippi. The Mississippi Department of Human Services Director, John Davis, funneled tens of millions of welfare dollars, nearly the entire welfare budget for the state, into a nonprofit run by his friend and supporter. They used this welfare money to enrich themselves, to hire their friends, support pet projects, take fancy vacations, and purchase luxury vehicles. Another example is from a company called Maximus, which is a private for-profit company that has signed contracts with local, state, and federal government agencies across the country. They manage the welfare to work programs, the healthcare exchanges, child support enforcement, those same child care support enforcements that's taking the children away from the women we heard this morning, and job training programs. The net worth of Maximus is $4.5 billion. So I argue that the welfare state today serves as a transfer program from the poor to the wealthy. And it intensifies racial, gender, and economic inequality. It destroys families rather than keeping them together. And so I will just end by saying that I think that we on the left have to really think about our relationship with the state and what we're fighting for, and the kind of what our short-term goal is and our long-term goal is. I think one of the more promising programs is a guaranteed annual income, which I know many people here are advocating for and pushing for. And I think a guaranteed annual income will give people autonomy and control.
Thank you, Pramila. I think you really laid out how care work and domestic work remains deeply profitable for those who control it, not those who do it. So I want to stay with the question of labor protections, or the lack thereof. Letty Mozambique Linares is the General Secretary of the Domestic Workers Federation in Peru and the coordinator of the Global Women's Strike Peru. She was instrumental in getting the Peru government to pass a new law protecting the rights of domestic workers. Letty, would you talk about the working conditions and protective legislation for domestic workers, including a care income?
¿Esta me sacó? Sí, voy a escuchar yo mismo. Buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning, everybody.
Como ya me presentaron, pero quiero presentarme también yo.
I know that I was introduced already, but I'd like to introduce myself too.
Soy Lady Mozambique Linares, secretaria general de la Federación Nacional de Trabajadoras y Trabajadores del Hogar del Perú. También soy parte de la Huelga Mundial de Mujeres en Perú, pero también soy parte del Sindicato de Trabajadoras Remuneradas y No Remuneradas del Hogar de Lima Metropolitana.
My name is Lady, ¿cómo es, perdón, Lady?
Lady Mozambique.
Mozambique, okay. I'm part of the National Federation of Domestic Workers in Peru, as well as the Global Strike of Women. And I'm also part of the Union of Workers, Paid and Unpaid Workers in Peru. In the home.
Quiero agradecer a Selma y a Nina y a todas las compañeras de la huelga que han hecho todo el esfuerzo por estar aquí.
I want to thank Nina and everybody else who has been part of the strike for making the effort to be here today.
Estoy muy emocionada porque pensé no venir, porque estaba mucho tiempo mal.
I'm feeling very emotional. I was even thinking about not coming because I haven't been feeling very well.
Además tengo mucho miedo al avión, entonces me preparé y dije que sí, voy, y estoy acá.
I also am very afraid of flying, but I said, you know what? If I'm going, I'm going. So here I am.
He hecho algunas notas y quiero, he hecho unas notas, pero también he aprendido mucho de la huelga de Nina en especial, y justamente en la mañana yo decía, Nina no me dijo nada, o será que ya he aprendido, o será que ¿qué pasa? Dije. Entonces, aprendí mucho porque yo hablo mucho, no sé sintetizar, y aprendí de Nina y me decía que tengo que decir las cosas que debo decir.
So I have some notes here. I've learned a lot from the global women's strike, especially from Nina. It's hard to summarize the things that I have learned from Nina.
Yo lo que quiero contarles rápido es que vengo desde el sur global de Perú, que actualmente nuestro país está pasando por una situación, por una coyuntura política casi dictatorial, ¿no? Por este gobierno actual que tenemos.
I'm from the global south. I'm from Peru. And right now, our political context is that we're going through a moment that's with a government that's almost a dictatorship.
Pero quiero decirles que la lucha de las trabajadoras del hogar es que no ha empezado ayer, sino nuestra lucha es por años, por siglos, que hemos venido siendo invisibilizadas.
The struggle of domestic workers, it's a struggle that's not only been years, it's been centuries, and we are a group of workers that has been made invisible.
Pero además que las trabajadoras del hogar porque todavía no hemos logrado, sufrimos explotación, discriminación, por este sistema de nuestro país que es machista y explotador.
We as domestic workers have gone through exploitation and discrimination with the system in our country, which is sexist, machista, and exploitative.
Las trabajadoras del hogar hacemos el trabajo del cuidado remunerado, pero también el no remunerado. Mientras que nosotras dejamos a nuestros hijos en nuestra casa, nos vamos a cuidar a otros niños que las familias que nos contratan.
We as domestic workers do both paid and unpaid work. When we leave our homes to do our paid work, we're taking care of the children of people who are paying us while leaving our own children at home.
Por eso es cuando hablaba la exponente anterior, decía que los cuidados es complicado, es contradictorio. Mientras tú cuidas a otros hijos, yo me acuerdo cuando mis hijos eran pequeños, yo les tenía que dejar encerrados para ir a cuidar a otros niños, porque la que habla ha sido trabajadora del hogar desde los 7 años.
¿Desde los 17 dijo?
7.
7, perdón. Okay. Entonces, it's a little complicated. That's what I was thinking when I was listening to the other speakers. It's contradictory almost because you leave your own children to take care of other children. And that's what I've been doing. I've been taking care I've been a caretaker since I was 7 years old.
Cuando hablaban del capitalismo, considero que este es el costo del capitalismo que nos da ese trabajo en nuestras espaldas para asumir las mujeres, ¿no? Porque nos han hecho creer la sociedad que las mujeres hemos nacido, que es inherente a nosotras como mujeres, tenemos que hacer ese trabajo del cuidado, que lavar y cocinar y planchar y cuidar a los hijos es nuestro trabajo por considerarnos mujeres, y además en el caso de las trabajadoras del hogar, porque somos de un sector con poca formación educativa, somos andinas, amazónicas, quechohablantes.
Gracias. And I think that's really what the cost of capitalism is, that we have been told, like, we as women, these are our jobs, right? We have to cook, we have to clean, we have to iron the clothes, we have to take care of the children. And also for us in particular, we're women from the Andes, we're women from the Amazon.
En el Perú, el 97% de trabajadoras del hogar todavía trabajamos en condiciones informales, en condiciones precarias.
In Peru, 97% of women work in informal, high-risk labor situations.
Pero la lucha de nosotras no es solamente por más sueldos, por más vacaciones, por más CTS, también nuestra lucha es cultural.
Our struggle is not only for a higher salary, for vacation, for our rights, but it's also a cultural struggle.
Porque la sociedad, los empleadores tienen en su cerebro que nosotras somos como de su propiedad, porque como nos pagan un sueldo, ellos deciden a qué hora vamos a comer, qué cosa vamos a comer, a qué hora vamos a descansar y tampoco podemos ir a estudiar.
Because the employers a lot of times have in their head that since they pay us, that they own us and they're going to decide what time we eat, when are we going to eat, what are we going to do, and that's how they control us.
Hay una relación de poder, ¿no? Porque como ellos pagan, ellos tienen la plata, entonces nosotras somos su... Hay una herencia colonial en el Perú que somos la servidumbre, ¿no? Que en la pandemia, por ejemplo, se evidenció claramente que las trabajadoras del hogar nos encontrábamos en condiciones de una precariedad total, ¿no?
This is the legacy of colonialism in Peru, too. There is this mindset, and especially since the pandemic, we have felt ourselves in even more unstable situations since the pandemic.
Porque hemos sido despedidas, muchas trabajadoras del hogar que hemos trabajado años en una casa, 40, 60 años, porque hemos sido mayores y sin ningún beneficio, sin ninguna seguridad social, y muchas han trabajado gratis, sin ningún sueldo, y entendiendo que en la pandemia todos estaban en casa, ¿no? Teníamos que hacer esa labor del cuidado indirecto, también el directo, porque teníamos que ayudar a... Yeah.
Gracias, gracias. Se emociona mucho, ¿verdad? It's hard when you get going. There's been cases where women who have been working somewhere for 40 or 60 years are fired just because they've now gotten old and they don't get any type of benefits, any type of compensation when they're fired. And especially since the pandemic, this has been happening because, remember during the pandemic, we were in our homes, so it was a different situation.
Y teníamos que también ayudar las tareas de los niños, de los hijos de los empleadores. Pero las trabajadoras del hogar no nos hemos quedado ahí de brazos cruzados, todo lo contrario, estamos organizadas en sindicatos, en federaciones, en la huelga.
And so we're taking care of the children of our employers. But we have to remember, we haven't just stood there with our arms crossed doing nothing, right? We have gotten together, we've organized ourselves, we've gone on strike.
Entonces hemos logrado dos normas importantes para las trabajadoras del hogar. Uno es el convenio 189, el otro es la ley actual que tenemos, la 31047.
So we have achieved two important things for domestic workers. One is the number 189, the regulation of the International Organization of Work, and the other one is law number 31047.
Yo voy a hablar de la ley, no sé cuánto tiempo tengo. Lo que hemos logrado las trabajadoras del hogar es que nos reconozcan como trabajadoras, como cualquier otro trabajador.
I'm not sure I don't remember exactly how many years we've been with this law, but what the law does is that it recognizes us as workers, just like any other work.
Porque la sociedad, los empleadores dicen que somos parte de la familia. Un momento, no somos parte de la familia. Somos trabajadoras como cualquier otro trabajador. No somos las ayudantas, no somos las ahijadas, que eso han puesto en el cerebro para explotarnos más, nos han hecho creer eso.
Society a lot of times says that, oh, we're just part of the family. That's not true. We're workers, just like any other worker. We're not there to help. We're not the assistant. We're there working.
Por eso es que con esta ley lo que hemos logrado, esta ley no ha sido fácil, esta ley nos ha costado mucho trabajo, muchas campañas. Hemos hecho una campaña a la que le hemos denominado Cocinando una nueva ley.
We've done a lot of work to achieve these laws. It hasn't been easy. We've done campaigns. We did a campaign that was called Cooking Up a New Law.
Esta campaña ha llamado la atención a los medios de comunicación, a los congresistas, a las autoridades, a las propias trabajadoras del hogar.
This campaign was directed to raise the attention of members of Congress, of the media, of domestic workers ourselves as well.
Porque tenemos una olla bien grande y con un letrero que dice Cocinando una nueva ley con derechos.
So we had a really big pot, and we put a sign on the pot that said, "We're cooking up a new law with our rights."
Y con muchos letreros, hicimos varios letreros. No he traído un letrero, lo hubiera traído. Me han dado tanto miedo que no íbamos a ingresar a Estados Unidos, entonces no hemos traído nada casi, ni un material. Entonces decíamos un contrato escrito, derecho a la maternidad, y nos íbamos por la calle bailando. Entramos al Congreso, le hacíamos bailar al congresista y le decíamos que cocine y que metes los letreros ahí y que lo batan con un cucharón.
So I wanted to bring some signs to show you, but I just, it kind of slipped my mind, and especially we were so worried we weren't even going to be able to get into the United States, so I don't have so many materials to show you, but we had the big pot like this with a lot of signs. We were dancing. We went up to the members of Congress, and we had them dancing too, and it was all there to stand up for our rights.
Pero la gente, los trabajadores de otros movimientos sindicatos que agrupan nuestra central, pensábamos que estábamos llevando una olla de comida. Y se acercaban pensando que era comida, pero ahí nosotros le agarrábamos para hacerles bailar y cocinar.
And there were people there from other organizations, other unions. They thought that we were actually cooking food. So they would come up thinking they were going to get food, but we would invite them to dance with us and to participate.
Bueno, así hemos hecho esa gran campaña que nos han entrevistado a nivel internacional. Era una novedad de lograr esta campaña. Fuimos a las universidades. El propio movimiento sindical nos empezó a tomar en cuenta porque estar también afiliada a una central sindical no es fácil. Nos ha costado luchar para que nos reconozcan como trabajadoras, como cualquier otro trabajador.
So this was a campaign that we did on an international level, and it's been difficult. And actually, we even have gotten recognition from the union movement in our country as well. There's a union, like a central labor council, and it has not been easy for them to recognize us as part of their movement, but we've achieved that as well.
Esta ley que hemos logrado en el Perú es la mejor ley sin desmerecer la lucha de otros países a nivel de Latinoamérica y de Europa. Esta ley, por ejemplo, habla del derecho a la maternidad que nunca tuvimos las trabajadoras del hogar, que apenas nos embarazamos nos despedían.
This law that we have in Peru is one of the best laws in all of the countries in struggle in Latin America. For example, in this law, we have the right to our maternity, which we never had before. Before, we would get pregnant and we would get fired immediately.
También habla el derecho a la sindicalización, que es la libertad sindical, o sea, derecho a organizarnos en un sindicato, derecho a la huelga, derecho a la negociación colectiva, que nos podemos sentar con los empleadores a negociar, pero en el Perú todavía no nos podemos organizar con los empleadores porque no están organizados.
We also have the right to union membership, to freedom as a union member. We can organize collectively, we can go on strike, we can negotiate collectively, sit down with the employer, but in Peru we have not completely achieved this right yet.
También tenemos derecho al contrato escrito y a no verbal. Lo que estamos luchando es que el contrato verbal, que se formalice en nuestra relación laboral. para nosotros es importante la ley porque ahí en el contrato escrito va el nombre del empleador, la dirección del empleador. ¿Por qué es importante la dirección y el nombre del empleador? Porque muchas veces cuando contratan a una trabajadora del hogar, mandan a trabajar a otra casa que es de la familia, del hijo o del padre. Por eso es importante nosotros que luchemos por el contrato escrito, porque en el contrato escrito dice el horario. Voy a hablar un poco más.
So we also have a right to a written contract, not a verbal contract. This is important because it formalizes the relationship. The contract needs to have the name of the employer, the address. Why is the address important? Well, a lot of times they might hire us, but then they send us to work in somebody else's house, somebody else in the family, a child, a parent. So we need that written down. In the contract is also our schedule. Adelante.
También tenemos derecho al refrigerio, porque las trabajadoras del hogar siempre tenemos que tomar nuestros alimentos después que los empleadores comen o lo que les sobra. Nunca nos sentamos, siempre comemos a cualquier hora. Por eso muchas veces las trabajadoras del hogar tienen muchas enfermedades, como la gastritis, la tuberculosis.
We also have a right to a meal break. A lot of times what happens with domestic workers is that we eat only after our employers eat, or we just eat whatever's left over. So we end up eating at different times of day, and that can often cause us to get sick. Many domestic workers have gastritis or tuberculosis.
También tenemos derecho a 30 días de vacaciones, a gratificación, Navidad y Fiestas Patrias, un mes, la compensación por tiempo de servicio, que es la CTS, trabajo 8 horas, las demás son horas extras.
We also have other rights, like we get 30 days of vacation, a full month, compensation called CTS. Our workday is 8 hours. Any hours beyond that are additional.
Además, esta ley habla de 3 modalidades. Trabajo con residencia, que antes se decía cama adentro. Trabajo sin residencia, que ahora es antes se decía cama afuera. Trabajo por horas y por días. Todas estas 3 modalidades, todos tienen estos beneficios y contrato escrito.
The contract also, or now with this new law, it recognizes 3 different forms of working. In-home work, meaning you sleep there. Out-of-home work, meaning you don't sleep there. And work hourly and daily work. All of this is recognized in the contract.
Mañana seguiré hablando de la ley, pero quiero hablar hoy por qué nosotras, la federación, ahora está constituyendo sindicatos de trabajadoras remuneradas y no remuneradas del hogar. Tenemos 2 sindicatos porque consideramos que organizadas las mujeres vamos a lograr que los cuidados en el mundo se reconozcan y que sean visibles y que reconozcan el aporte económico, social y cultural que hacemos en los países que realizamos ese trabajo.
So I could keep talking about the law, but I also want to mention why in the Federation we're working with unions. We have unions for workers who are unpaid, both paid and unpaid. And this is how we've been able to achieve that care workers, women across the world, are recognized for our contribution, our economic, social, and cultural contribution in the countries where we work.
En mi país se está debatiendo mucho un sistema nacional de cuidados. Debaten las feministas, debaten el Estado. Estuvimos en una reunión que nos convocaron.
In my country, there's a lot of debate right now about a care system, a system of care. Feminists are debating, the state is debating. We were in a meeting that they called us to.
Pero, ¿qué dicen las feministas y otras organizaciones? Que las mujeres no se realizan profesionalmente porque están realizando el trabajo del cuidado, por cuidar los hijos, la casa, no son profesionales. y no se han realizado. O sea, un sistema nacional de cuidados traería oportunidades de trabajo. ¿Y qué decimos nosotras?
So what are the feminists and the different organizations saying? They're saying that women are not able to move forward professionally because they're doing work at home. They're saying that that's not professional. But the national care system would provide opportunities.
¿Pero qué decimos nosotras, las trabajadoras del hogar, las mujeres de la clase trabajadora? Mientras una mujer profesional va a salir a trabajar, ¿y quién se va a quedar en su casa haciendo todas esas labores? Va a ser otra mujer de otra clase social, una trabajadora del hogar que va a lavar, que va a cocinar y encima le van a pagar un sueldo precario, por no decir miserable. Ella se va a realizar económicamente, profesionalmente, y la trabajadora del hogar, ¿qué?
So, but what happens when a woman leaves her home, maybe even close by to go work, there's another woman who's from a different social class who's going to be cleaning, cooking, and they're paying that woman, in many cases, a very low salary, a miserable salary, while the other woman goes to move forward economically and professionally.
Por eso hay todo un debate. Cuando nos convocan a nosotras, la vez pasada estuvimos, no están las mujeres, por ejemplo, que hacen las ollas comunes, la red de ollas, que cocinan alimento en algunos distritos, que también es una forma de hacer cuidados hacia la alimentación, las mujeres andinas, las rurales, que gracias a ellas tenemos las frutas, todo lo que se alimenta. Entonces ellas no están, pero el Estado dice, ¿por qué si hablamos de las mujeres andinas es un problema grande? Mejor hay que dejarles ahí por un lado, nos vamos a complicar.
This comes up also, like there's another kind of worker, women who they cook, they distribute food in a lot of the districts of our country. They're Andean women. It's because of them that we have fruits and a lot of different foods. But the state will say, oh no, because they're Andean women, we're going to not think about this. It's too complicated. We're going to just leave that over there.
Bueno, como ya cumplí mi hora, puedo seguir hablando. Yo quiero agradecer una vez más por estar aquí y escuchar todo ese trabajo que vienen realizando ustedes, mujeres luchadoras, guerreras, grandiosas, inteligentes, y seguimos construyendo así desde la distancia para lograr algún día ser libres, digo yo, y que los cuidados sea un trabajo como cualquier otro. Gracias.
So I think I've now gone over my time, but I just want to again thank everybody for being here. Everybody here is intelligent, a warrior, and I want us to continue fighting across all our countries so that we can truly, as I would say, be free.
Lady, thank you for coming despite feeling unwell. You gave us a lot to come back to in discussion. I'm going to move us, Virginia. Yeah, Virginia Eubanks is an investigative reporter and associate professor of political science at the University at Albany, SUNY. For 2 decades, she has worked in community technology and economic justice movements. Can you discuss what your recent work about kinship care and automation has revealed?
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for all the folks who made these days possible, but also all of you who have come here to engage in what I think is this incredibly important conversation. I started out actually as just a member of the audience and was like, I'm really excited to be coming to your conference. And they were like, do you want to talk? And I was like, oh yeah, I do have some things to say about this. So I'm gonna mostly, thank you, I'm gonna mostly talk about Some of my new work, some of you might know, I wrote a book a couple of years ago called Automating Inequality, How High-Tech Tools Profile Police and Punish the Poor. And in that book, I talk a lot about how new technologies, automation and artificial intelligence are dismantling and opening up profit opportunities in the welfare state in the United States. But in 2021, with Alexandra Matiscu, I edited a special series for The Guardian called Automating Care. And in our introduction to the series, we argued that this was less like care robots entering homes and much more like invisible pieces of code and webcams and algorithms that allocate care resources, manage and surveil caring labor, and guide crucial decisions about the future. So automated care has emerged for all the reasons that have already been laid out today. So poor investment in care infrastructure, the state's refusal of its duty of care, racist, classist, and nativist devaluation of care labor, and also capitalist exploitation and extraction, or hyper-capitalist exploitation and extraction, perhaps. But I want to talk today specifically about kinship care, and that means care that is done mostly by family members or close friends who may be paid or unpaid. That often fills the gaps between the withdrawal of state care and the market. An example of how automation is emerging in kinship care is a tool that some of you might already be familiar with called electronic visit verification, or EVV. Does anyone already know about EVV? Oh, okay, hi.
Prisons.
Quickly, in 2016, the Obama administration enacted the 21st Century Cures Act, and tucked into its 12,006th paragraph was a requirement for all states to implement electronic visit verification for Medicaid-covered personal care services by January 2019, and for home health care services by January 2023. So this is now a requirement across the country. And at first blush, and for many policymakers, it seemed like common sense, sort of an upgrade to current procedures. So move, and in this case, I'll talk about family care workers, move their timesheets from paper to a cell phone app to increase accountability, ease administrative burden, eliminate fraud and abuse, and better track how caregivers spend their time. So I chose to report this story for The Guardian in Arkansas, which, like its neighbors Louisiana and Mississippi, is mostly rural with an aging population, with some of the lowest wages and highest turnover in care work professions in the country. It is probably not accidental that Arkansas has also been one of the states that has been most aggressively pursued things like Medicaid waivers to allow family members to be reimbursed for care work in the home. Yeah, and it's a complicated story. Like, it's both a very good thing and it's a very exploitative relationship. I'll talk about that more in a minute. So here's the narrative that most EVV systems have been rolled out under in Arkansas and elsewhere. So there's a care crisis. We have to do more with less, and that's why we automate. And I wanted to ask, going into Arkansas, in that context, does EVV and tools like that make sense? And I'm just going to say a little bit about 3 things I found there, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about my personal experience as a kinship caregiver. So electronic visit verification ended up leading to more reporting work and less time for family members. So rather than easing administrative burdens for care workers, the inflexibility of the tools themselves both increased sort of arbitrary reporting and made crucial labor really invisible. So I talked to a woman named Nancy Morell, who's a paid family caregiver outside of Eureka Springs, who was caring for both her aging mother and her older sister, Carolyn, who has cerebral palsy. So though she lives with them both, provides 24/7 care, Nancy actually has to clock in and out of this application 4 times a day. Every time she switches between personal care and attendant care duties, even though her sister gets help whenever she needs it and not on a predetermined schedule. And because her 80-year-old mother, who is Carolyn's legal representative, has to authorize each shift, she actually has to also sort of force her mom to sign this tiny box on a cell phone app 4 times a day, which has created like really immense family tension. So Carolyn wrote a complaint letter to Arkansas Department of Human Services that said this administrative burden for her meant less care for her sister. She said, what took a total of 15 seconds in the past to sign a timesheet and submit it now takes many hours, hours that should be given to the client for care. And then to add insult to injury, her first paycheck under the new EVV regime was 3 weeks late. When she logged onto the website to find out why it was delayed, she saw that the system had red flagged all 16 of her shifts for that time period as incorrect. In the prior 13 years that she had worked for her sister, she'd only ever had 2 shifts red flagged in 13 years. And in the first 2 weeks of this program, all 16 of her shifts were flagged as incorrect. Okay, so second point around electronic visit verification. So for clients with disabilities, EVV felt like less of a digital timesheet and more like an ankle monitor. So I visited with Melissa Harville and Kevin Hoover of Greenbrier, and they pointed out this invisible line on their property, this line that they felt like they couldn't cross. Because many electronic visit verification applications incorporate GPS to location stamp a home care worker's shift, and also a feature called geofencing, which establishes a maximum distance around a client's home inside which a care worker is allowed to clock in and out. So Melissa is Kevin's partner as well as his caregiver, and she took me on a tour of the property, and she used the EVV app as we walked around to say like, oh, I can step here, but I can't step here. Like I can step there, but I can't step here. Like, oh, here I'm at work. Here I'm AWOL from work. So the two of them characterized the system as a, quote, an invisible dog fence for humans. And she said, it's like living in a box. So for more than 6 decades in the US, disability justice activists have asserted the right to autonomy over your own life and your ability to live, work, and receive services in the broader community. And geofencing and electronic visit verification is built on a premise that contradicts this. It assumes that people like Kevin, who loves to fish, he loves to work on cars, he plays music with his friends. It assumes that people like Kevin are homebound, not living active and vibrant lives. And it assumes that Melissa, his caregiver and partner, that she only provides services inside their home, even though her actual service plan includes things like doctor's visits, grocery shopping, and all sorts of things that happen away from home. So for-profit care wants to use the cheapest labor, in short, but it doesn't trust the worst paid workers, and tools like electronic visit verification increases digital surveillance on workers and also on their clients as well. So finally, the third point I want to make about EVV quickly is that how am I doing on time, Hafiza? You're good. Okay. There's a third danger sort of on the horizon with electronic visit verification, which I think aligns a lot with Dr. Naddison's work, which is the systems that I studied. And I got invited into a lot of agencies to look at the way the back end of these tools work. And what I saw is that currently, care workers and kinship care workers are clocking in and out of shifts, but the technology already exists to have them instead check in and out of tasks. And the difference here is really important because what this means is if we move to checking in and out of tasks, then you can use that data as an output, that output data as an input to algorithms that assign care hours under Medicaid. And there has already been a huge dust up around this in Arkansas before EVV was rolled out. So EVV could end up prioritizing countable care, making relational care non-reimbursable. What that means is giving meds and toileting, if that's on your task list, you can clock in and out of doing those tasks. But things like talking about the news or like, playing cards after dinner, that stuff's not on your task list, so you don't get paid for that. So care workers will then be left with these impossible choices. Either refuse to do the harder to measure labors of love or continue to give quality care and see your pay rate just crater. So all of my work as a scholar and as a journalist and as a personal essayist most recently really has to do with sort of the historical and the structural contexts in which automation like this emerges. But I also am really interested in the effects that the very real material and emotional effects that these tools have on people's lives day to day. And it seems unfair of me to not report that as I was reporting these stories and writing these stories, I was also going through a caregiving crisis at home. So my much beloved partner of 18 years, Jason, endured 2 violent attacks at the end of 2015, which resulted in a severe and chronic case of post-traumatic stress disorder. So that night in the ER, Jason got no screening for or information about traumatic brain injury or post-traumatic stress disorder. We got no referral to a social worker or to victim services. In fact, the hospital turfed him out to chairs to wait hours before his dad was able to come pick him up. So after the swelling in his face went down, Jason underwent 6.5 hours of plastic surgery, and the hospital refused to keep him overnight. Instead, they gave me a set of wire clippers and told me that if the pain or the anesthetic made him sick at home, I should cut the wires holding his jaws together so he didn't aspirate on his own vomit. The next morning, it continues to get bad for a while. The next morning, I went to the pharmacy to fill his pain meds prescription, and we were told we no longer had health insurance. As far as I could find out, because they won't give me clear answers on this, they had suspended us to investigate us for insurance fraud. Once we got the insurance back, we were lucky to get Jason to a great trauma therapist, and we had incredible support from our community. But his mental health continued to decline, and by 2019, we tried and failed to get him into a behavioral health crisis center. With our inpatient options exhausted, we went to a local hospital's outpatient clinic to ask for more help. And the intake worker said to us, and this is a direct quote, "You have private insurance? Then why are you here?" The shocking thing is we've actually had it pretty good. The median time to treatment in cases of post-traumatic stress disorder is 12 years. Jason was in therapy within months. I'm a researcher and a journalist with a fair amount of discretionary time and with skills that I could use to figure out what was going on in this sort of situation and how to fix it. In the end, we relied on our community. We invented a sort of all-volunteer, all-amateur psych ward in our living room. And while we got him stabilized, he lost his job. And the whole process, of course, took a huge toll on him, on me, on our relationship, on our community. And quickly, I do want to say that the care penalty is financial, but it is also an incalculable loss of human potential. And this is mostly what I think about when I think about what the world has lost because we chose not to support Jason in one of the worst times of his life. He's an extraordinary human being with a lot to offer the world. So I want to say, if I have one more minute, just to... I'm still good?
You got a wrap.
Okay, I got a wrap. I just want to talk about hope really quickly. I think the first thing that we need to think about is centering universal access. Often when we talk about automation, we talk about triage. Triage is really only appropriate if there are more resources coming eventually. And what we're doing is actually rationing, not triage, and we should talk about it as what it is. Second, we need to start from the dignity of poor and working class families, patients and caregivers, and care professionals. We all have crucial knowledge and expertise that's obscured and erased by these technologies. And we need to center sufficiency and plan for abundance. When we plan for scarcity, we produce scarcity. Finally, the very last thing I want to say, thank you for your patience, is that we need to center storytelling. My greatest fear is that by relying on robot caregivers or eligibility algorithms, we allow government and technology companies to shrink the complex and significant problems we face as a society to fit the narrow box that's available through technological solutions. So I'm going to suggest that one of the best remedies for bad data is better stories. And we can start by making the labors of love visible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Virginia. I am going to move directly to our next speaker because we have two more. Benita. Okay, hold on, let me introduce first. Benita Lawrence was a professor in Indigenous Studies for 25 years before retiring this year. Her work focuses, Her work focuses on Native identity struggles, which have their roots in an intergenerational attack on Native motherhood, involving the historical and continuing theft of Native children to the child welfare system in Canada, as well as the residential school system which preceded it, which you are going to discuss today, Native childcare in Canada.
Okay. Hi, everybody, and it's lovely to be here, and I really appreciate all the work that went into this conference. Although I have been a professor in child welfare, my whole interest in Native child welfare comes from a more personal process. My mother was a single mother. She's Mi'kmaq on one side and French on the other. She managed to leave my father with incredible struggle, but that meant that she had to raise 5 of us on her own. And living out in the country meant she had to walk 2 miles to the highway every morning and back every night. 100-degree weather in summer, 30 below zero in winter. She had to do that to raise us. And of course, she had, 3 daughters at home. 2 of us were small. While this was happening, I was farmed out because we didn't have kindergarten. So until I was 6 and could go to school, I was just farmed out around. But she had older people to make sure they were at home for when welfare came. And because she had to, didn't make a lot of money, everything had to go on rent, heating, and electricity, and a phone to make sure that she didn't appear to be in crisis. And that meant there wasn't a lot left for food. My mother pretty much had to charm the local grocery guy into kind of fronting her the money, basically allowing her to get food when the house was empty once a week. So she managed to keep child welfare away. And as I grew older, I realized that part of it was that we lived in an area on the South Shore of Montreal that had very few Native people around. There was a Ganawagi Reserve, which was further south. Most of the people at many of the people at Ganawagi look like I do because they used to kidnap English people when they lost too many people at war. But they weren't looking for Native people. So my mother was able to get away with a lot. If we had been 100 miles further north, which is really kind of the line between Native and white, we would have been taken. There's no question. The other thing, of course, that being a single mother with 5 kids, and then my oldest sister got drafted into supporting the family at the age of 16. she had to keep moving every year to smaller and smaller places, and it seemed every time we moved, we lost a sibling. I mean, there was 5 of us kids, soon there was 4, there was 3, then there was 2, and there was just me and my sister out at work. They were all out at work. So I just left home. It was, the loss of the family, just because everybody had to keep leaving because we were in tiny little apartments, was, I think, the hardest thing for me. But so it meant that within a few months of leaving home, I was introduced to shooting methamphetamine. And that's how I got to know a lot of Native people on the street. Now, I had a terrible identity crisis around that, because if my mother was Native and French, who were we? I mean, the 2 oldest, at least were olive-skinned. But if you look like us, how can you be Native? My mother understood some Mi'kmaq, but her first language was French. We grew up speaking English. We lost 2 languages in a generation. So understanding identity issues became very difficult. But most of my knowledge of child welfare came from everybody that I met on the street, basically. So then I, in some ways, 3 years in wages for housework. I got sent to England when I was 19 because my father suddenly entered my life. He wanted me to pick up a relative and leave, and the relative died, so I stayed. Wages for housework kind of helped me to straighten out for a little while. It didn't last. By the time I left England, there was a heroin epidemic that was not, my mother and my sister got me home, but the point is that the child welfare issue wasn't something just that I studied, but something that I first encountered. Only university helped me to understand the parameters. So I want to talk about that, and I'm sorry I'm talking fast, but I'm aware that there's a huge number of things to cover and not very much time. So, anyway, I guess the difference in Canada and the US is that residential schools started a little later in Canada, but they went on much, much later. They were phasing out residential schools in the 60s and 70s. A lot were still around in the 80s, and the last one closed in the 90s. And what that meant, of course, is that, it sort of made a difference in residential school is now well known in Canada. It's only starting to be known about here. We had an Indian residential settlement agreement, But Canada started phasing out residential schools, I think, only because of the Genocide Convention, because to take children of a minority by the state is actual genocide under the convention. Now, massacres and planned diseases could be the past, but this is genocide in the present. So I think that's why they phased out residential schools for the child welfare system. And that began in 1950s, less than 1% of children in care were Native. They began in the 60s, they called it the 60s Scoop, and that's who all the people I met on the street were part of. The 60s Scoop, social workers were known to drive onto reserves with school buses to take the kids away. 20,000 kids were taken within the first year or so, and the Scoop continued. The Spalongene Reserve in British Columbia lost 150 children, all of that generation. There were no more kids to take, right? And that happened on a couple of other reserves too, but that was the most noticeable. Parents tried to fight back, but the problem was the legacy of residential school, the birth of a live Indian in Canada means that you are a ward of the state. So that meant that if parents tried to keep their kids from residential school, they could be arrested, and many were. So when these child welfare people started taking the kids, it was really hard to fight back because that was the history. That's what people knew, As I say, in the 50s, less than 1% of children in care were Native. By the 70s, depending on how many children in each province, between 30 and 60% of children in care were Native. In Northern Ontario, north of that 100 miles north from where we grew up, 90% of the kids in care were Native. So how are they allowed to get away with this, right? First of all was the massive racism against Native mothers. In the past, and by the 1880s, any Native woman found off reserve could be legally classified as a prostitute and dealt accordingly, right? So in Canada, Native people on reserves are governed, or anybody with recognized Indian status. The government recognizes you as an Indian, which doesn't mean a lot of us are non-status. There's something called the Indian Act, which is a huge body of laws that governs Native people. And it keeps being modified years after years, but it's always the Indian Act. So anyway, under the racist classifications of the Indian Act meant that Native women were seen as degenerate. There's a whole lot of other racist things I could say, and I'm not going to say them. But basically, the idea was Native women were incapable of raising their own children. And social workers had those biases. Second thing, Indian Affairs would only pay in-care costs for Native children. At the time, white families could have help if they were in crisis, so they wouldn't lose their kids. But for Native children, all Canada would pay for is for the children to be removed. That is paying white families. And in that respect, it's like many of people's stories here, right? And the third thing, social workers did not differentiate between poverty and child abuse or neglect. Now, there was an issue. Residential schools raised completely traumatized adults, physically and sexually abused, and no experience of living in families. For those people, their children were at best over-disciplined, at worst abused and neglected. But that was one slice. Many families had adults working, the parents were out working out of town, finding jobs to work to support the kids. The children were being raised by their grandparents with love, but they were poor, so they were taken. There is other phenomenal ways in which Native children could be taken. First of all, I'm going to try and find a page. First of all, schools in the north, that 100-mile north thing. If you, schools in areas of high Native concentration, if a child showed up even once in the winter, not properly dressed, you know, not a hat, not gloves, whatever, teachers were legally required to report them to child welfare, and that child would be taken. And it didn't matter what the teacher, you know, if the teacher was sympathetic, it didn't matter. That was the law. You had to report them. So kids were taken that way. I can't say how often we would have been taken. The other one was that if a mother had been in care in the hospital when she gave birth, the baby was taken because children who'd been in care may have had chaotic lives. The assumption was a mother who had grown up in care was incapable of raising her own children, so they were taken. So there's an intergenerational taking of Native children going on, you know. So the power differential between white authorities and Native people, the colonial differential was so huge in those days. A friend of mine told me that her sister was taken from her mother just because her mother wasn't married when she was born. The nuns took the child, told her that if she got married within a year, she could have her child back. My friend's mother had to travel almost 1,000 miles from Edmonton to Toronto, where her husband was working, convince her to marry him, find a place to live in Toronto, and then trek back to Edmonton. By then it was a year. She got her child back. The child didn't know her and had never bonded. And that meant that in that family, my friend always said that the child was ill all the time. She had all kinds of allergies and other problems and low self-esteem and depression that none of the other children had. But that was the result. Now, few of the children taken into white families were prepared to love them. Social workers and people who did genuinely want Native children because they couldn't have children, they were shocked by the way that welfare workers would bring, say, a couple of Native children, I think you want children, and they'd say, okay, they expected to have them come back again, and the child would visit again, see if they bonded and everything. No, they were dumped. They said, take them now, right? So, and that really, you know, but the point is most of the families They wanted Native kids for a lot of reasons. Obviously, they wanted the kids for the money, but many farm families, because it was still agricultural in a lot of days then, they wanted poorly fed farm workers. They wanted farm workers, so they were poorly fed. And it's not my story to tell. It's somebody who was a really good friend of mine. But when I met her, she was having her nose rebuilt because the woman she lived with had smashed her in the face so often that her nose had been broken far too often. The other thing she told me that resonated for years with me, it didn't resonate personally, but it shocked me, is the woman made her shit outside. White toilets were for white people. So you have, and the worse than that was, of course, abusers. They had a field day. They could take Native children, they were living in their homes. Nobody believed the word of a foster child. That friend who had her nose broken and the rest of it, because she showed up in such bad shape at school, sympathetic teachers would sort of say, you know, are you okay? And they had to go back. You know, the family had good standing in the community, so there was no outlet. And one of her sisters committed suicide because she was in a place where she was just sexually abused too often. Now, when children were adolescents and started fighting back, 90% of these adoptions broke down, leaving young people on the street without supervision, not knowing where they were or where they came from. This is where I met most of the people. They made up most of the street prostitutes, male and female, as well as those most trafficked. They're one reason why Native youth suicide is considered to be the highest in the world in Canada. The survivors have filled Canada's prisons. In some prisons, 100% of the people are Native and 100% come from the child welfare system. I'm just going to very briefly say a former boyfriend of mine who was sexually and physically abused as a child left the family at 15 and was on his own. When he was 17 and traveled to Winnipeg, he met somebody on the street who tried to pick him up, and he flashed back to the abuse of his child, and when he came out of it, he had kicked the man to death. So at the age of 17, he was tried for murder and went to prison. He came out at 39 and entered a halfway house, and by 44 began his life. He was a brilliant man. He's still alive, but along with that kind of thing, your health bottoms out all the time. But he went to university. I met him when I was teaching at Queen's, and I never met such a brilliant man, and this had been his life. He's
Anita,
still out of prison.
Can we come back?
I have to go soon.
Oh, okay.
I have to finish soon, right? But I'm going to try and
wrap. Okay.
longer. Yeah. So anyway, 2017, a handful of survivors of the 60s scoop, as this was called, won a class action suit. None of the Native organizations backed it, in part because of the role of the state. They had organized the process, but the role of the state was hidden behind each child apprehended. The state was invisible, so it was hard to back it. Residential school, you knew who the enemy was, right? So anyway, so survivors of the 60s scoop, they got $25,000, each. And a third of them were rejected because, of course, when you're adopted, you're not told where you come from. And how do you then find out where you are and then apply for Indian status? Because you're only available if you're a status Indian. So a third of the people lost it. I know your brains are tired and I'm running out of time, but there's just a couple of details left.
Can we come back to it in the discussion if we have time for it? We got Alyssa.
Can you give me just 2 more minutes?
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Well, it's just that it's a different process now from this on, anyway. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. The millennial scoop is on now, and the issue with the millennial scoop, we couldn't have a Native child welfare law in Canada. We don't have the sovereignty. But, so there has been more kids in prison, scoop now than then. But I'll just 2 seconds more.
Okay, just go ahead.
Just 2 seconds more, because it really is just 2 seconds more.
Okay.
The difference with the 60 Scoop and what's happening now is there's more Native people who got treaty rights to education so they could fight the system. And there's child welfare organizations, Native child welfare, that tried to help but were underfunded, so they couldn't do much. They won a settlement that this Native First Nations Child Caring Society, took them years and years because Canada kept reneging on it. They basically won a settlement that provides compensation to on-reserve Native people who were removed from their home between 1991, the end of the 60 Scoop, and 2022, which is the Millennial Scoop. Native child welfare is now on an equal footing with Children's Aid, which they should. That's the only way of fighting it, having them, right? So with more help, they can stop getting the kids apprehended and house them better and everything else. The settlement provides compensation to Native, I'll talk about Jordan's principle later. The important thing was the settlement for everybody who was adopted includes funding compensation to caregivers, their parents or grandparents, really mothers and grandmothers, whose children were taken away and whose children may be returned now with this settlement. So that's why I just wanted to say this at the end. But there was a happy end. There was a happy ending. Thank you. Okay. Apologies for being so long.
Okay, wonderful. Our final speaker, Alyssa, I think you are going to close us out here, who is joining us on Zoom. Alyssa Trotz is Professor of Caribbean Studies at New College and Director of the Women and Gender Studies Institute at the University of Toronto. Her current research looks at diaspora, indigeneity, and extractivism in colonial Guyana. Now, Alyssa, did you want to talk about the time you survey or whatever you want to talk about? It's okay.
Sure. Can everyone?
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. I'm really sorry I am unable to cross the border at this time to be with you all. I'm joining you from Toronto, the lands of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of Credit. I want to thank all of the organizers and everyone for all of the labor and love that has made this possible. It has been a real privilege just hearing not just the hard stories, but the determination, courage, and hope of all of the panelists this morning. I've been reading Emily Kalachi's incredible book, Wages for Housework. I'm glad that Emily is with you there. And I want to thank her for really emphasizing the importance of grounding our politics in the lived experiences of the unwaged, of making that clear link between study and organizing. And this morning, Salma, who I'm most sad not to be with in person, called us to, quote, evaluate our own lives and decide how we want to live, end quote. And we heard from the welfare warriors, we heard from Letty, we heard from Sister Benita's hopeful ending just now, why organizing matters and what it can actually do. So in my brief time, I want to share quickly the work of Red Thread, a grassroots women's organization in Guyana that was started in 1986 as a deliberate response to deep racial divisions in the country. Red Thread also formed in opposition to the domination of politics by political parties, something you're used to in the United States right now, which focus on loyalty and on redirecting or misdirecting our energies to winning elections and capturing state power for a few of us, instead of focusing our energies on building a movement that can win power for all of us. So today, the Red Thread Corps consists mainly of a multiracial group of grassroots women, which advocates primarily to cross divides and transform conditions of marginalization, and which emphasizes the self-organizing capacity of grassroots women. Between 2001 and 2002, Red Thread carried out a 13-month-long time use survey, counting all of the care work done predominantly by women. This survey actually started accidentally because things were actually not going well at the Red Thread Center. Work was not getting done, And one of the coordinators, the late social activist Andaye, who has worked closely with the global strike, called a meeting to express her frustration. And the women said, look, we're tired. It might look as if we're coming in and doing nothing. It might look as if we're wasting time, but physically and emotionally, we have nothing to give. And so they decided to record what exactly are you doing when you're not at Red Thread, so that we could actually get a sense, an audit of how people's time was being spent. And having done this, what was so remarkable was that this care work had been so invisible, even to Red Thread ourselves. And this recognition, understanding how much care work the women were doing, and also seeing how much care work each other was doing, this really shifted things. And the next step was to decide upon a countrywide survey that was developed with Wages for Housework. And here I want to really give props to Solveig Francis in particular for all the work. This was long before all of this internet that made the technology so much swifter. I think Skype was then coming in. So it was really painstaking work across international borders. The grassroots women interviewed 100 grassroots women up and down the country, African, Indian, and Indigenous, and collected a total of 151 days of diaries. There are three significant things about this survey. One is just the labor that it actually took. So this was also a huge journey of care work. The grassroots women did it themselves, getting sick along the way, having to find folks to care for their loved ones when they were traveling, moving to other parts of the country, sleeping on the road when the buses broke down, trying to get to hinterland communities to meet Indigenous women, the work of persuading other women to get involved, the work of working around reluctant and in some cases confronting abusive partners, the work of having to interrupt the time use survey to intervene where that was necessary. The second was, and this was with Solveig and the Wages for Housework encouragement, was for the first time counting emotional work. So not just counting what people were doing, not just counting the simultaneous work of cooking while, having a baby on your lap, but also asking the women, you went to bed. How long did it take you to get to sleep? Why? What were you thinking about? What were you worrying about? So trying to find a way of mapping the emotional and mental work that I think Virginia spoke about in her presentation. And the third thing is that these were not researchers coming to study something that had nothing to do with them. These were grassroots women who were living and experiencing what they were finding out. So they were not outsiders, they were participating. Where the women were too busy, they joined in to help cook, help wash clothes, help hang clothes on the line. Where women could not read or write, they helped to do the journals themselves. They helped out with household work. They shared their advice and knowledge. A couple of things coming out of this. One, this work was very important in making connections and building relationships across race and geography, women getting to see each other and listen to each other in real time. Secondly, it refocused Red Thread's work. A lot more emphasis went in, for example, to working on things like gender-based violence, and particularly an emphasis on advocating for a living income for waged and unwaged workers. Many of the Red Thread women are domestic workers or former domestic workers, and thinking about Letty's presentation, this has become a really big part of what Red Thread does, advocating with other women across the Caribbean, including the women out of Trinidad who are also have worked with the global strike. It has had a profound impact on Red Thread's work and organizing, although at the time it was not so clear. And just to give a few quick examples, in 2005, when we had massive floods that displaced about 30% of the population in the country, women came to the Red Thread Crossroads Center for support. Red Thread actually used a time use methodology to pull everyone into line when racism was getting in the way of seeing what the women actually shared in their losses. And in fact, what it ended up leading to was the women coming together to advocate successfully to refuse the government's responses to compensation that calculated compensation in a way that did not count women's unwaged work. And the women were able to advocate and get the government to have to rethink how they calculated compensation. They have used Red Thread. Red Thread has used time use to count budgets in order to successfully advocate for the removal of the value-added tax on essential household items. They have used time use to successfully advocate for things like higher pensions for our elders in the Caribbean. And right now, in the work that is happening on the oil and gas industry, where Exxon has made one of the largest discoveries in recent times and is making all of its profits on the basis of the oil that's being produced in Guyana, counting time and money has been essential for Red Thread in its work to begin a campaign that shows how little of this so-called wealth of extractivism is trickling down to grassroots people. Virginia ended by saying the remedy for bad data is better stories. And Selma ended by saying, quote, we have to think about the life we want to live as opposed to the life we find ourselves living. I'll simply close with the words of Red Thread, quote, we intend to continue to use time use as a basis for developing an understanding and communication among women of different race and ethnic groups of what we have in common as providers of unwaged and or low-wage caring labor, and what we are entitled to, must demand, and can only together win as providers of this labor on which the survival of the whole society and economy depend. Time use is a way of thinking, is a way of organizing across communities and across difference. We begin counting what we do, which is a way of identifying who we are, understanding why we matter, learning about each other beyond the stereotypes and boxes we like to put each other in. And 20 years later, we are still doing it. Thank you.
We are at 12:45. However, I'm scared to ask you, is there a closing remark? Like just a single thing that you would like, we can just go really quickly. Benina, really quickly.
I guess the focus the focus on child welfare was really, to my mind, about what happened to the mothers. And that's why the final thing with the Millennial Scoop in winning recognition for the caregivers. So many of the mothers never made it out of the 60 Scoop. That was the reality. But now with the Millennial Scoop, they were able to get reimbursement for caregivers. And that, I think, is the most important. Thank you.
Bien rapidito. Solo quiero agregar que nuestra ley protege a las migrantes y a las nacionales. Y además, para contratar una trabajadora del hogar tiene que tener 18 años de edad. Ya no menor, ya no van a pasar como nosotras que trabajamos muy niñas. Eso. Nada más. Poquito me dijeron.
I just want to add that our law also protects immigrants, and that in order to hire a domestic worker, you need to be 18 years old. Minors cannot hire a domestic worker.
So I just want to say a couple things, if that's okay. I'm going to say, I'm a historian. I'm a historian of social change. And one of the things I've learned in my study of history is a change does not come from the top down. Yeah. It comes from the bottom up. I think this is really important in this moment to think about when so much is coming out of the White House in this country, right? When we look back historically, change has not happened because Franklin Roosevelt or John F. Kennedy or anyone else decided to sign a piece of legislation, Abraham Lincoln, right? It came because of people who were organizing on the ground. And so I think we need to keep that in mind as we move forward vis-a-vis the care economy and extraction of care. And the other thing I want to say is that part of the takeaway, I think, of everything I've heard this morning so far is really about the importance of racial capitalism, of settler colonialism, imperialism, expropriation, and understanding care. So we cannot only think about care vis-a-vis gender and the gender division of labor in the household, right? It means that we have to begin our analysis of care from the people who are the most vulnerable, the people who are the poorest, and I would argue our politics of thinking about care is not only about work, it's not only about care work, it's also about people who cannot work. It's about people who are unhoused. It's about people who don't have food. It's not that we have to expand our notion and our definition of care and who should be cared for to be much more inclusive and not center it around work and not center it around even necessarily who's a mother or who's a parent. It really should be a care system for everyone who needs support.
I'm grateful to be here, and I cede my time to lunch.
And for me to close, I just want to again echo and honor Selma. We must organize to win. We are fueled by anger, but we are powered by love and joy. I hear laughter and humor, and that's a big part of what this movement is also about. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I can't join you.
Round of applause. Panel, thank you.
Fired up, keep the fight going? Yes! Whoa, Dorothy Robert, that was amazing, amazing. I know there's a lot of information, what we're hearing today, a lot to take in. I'm taking it all in. And as a white woman that's upper middle class, able-bodied, cis, I'm talking to these other white women because they need to hear this, right? So that's one of my many commitments. I'm Diane Corman-Levy, Chief Disruptor at Women's Way. Yeah, I changed my title from Executive Director to Chief Disruptor because this is what this is about. And we are a gender justice organization in Philadelphia whose mission is to advance gender equity by building collective power to disrupt oppressive systems and build alternative models centered in love, liberation, and joy. So we understand that the care economy is a gender justice and gender equity issue. And as such, this year, this spring, we are launching a new program called the Gender Economic Equity Fund. The whole purpose is to invest in organizations that are working to strengthen the care economy in our own region by really addressing the root causes of a care sector that you all heard about, that's inequitable, it's inaccessible. And we leveraged over $1.2 million to invest in these organizations, and we will be announcing who they are, from a big corporation in Philadelphia. And it took over 2 years of conversations to get them to move money and capital to invest in our care sector here. So that's part of what we do at Women's Way, right? We talk to those that are not necessarily in this circle, but how do we drive more capital and investments into this? So before I introduce this amazing panelist, and we're going to be talking about the care income now from a policy perspective, we are going to be watching a video, right? All right. Of Congressman Gwen Moore. Just briefly, for those who, I'm probably most of you know who Gwen Moore is, but let me just give you a brief bio. Congressman Gwen Moore was elected to represent Wisconsin's 4th Congressional District in 2004, making her the first African American elected to Congress, I need to slow down, from the state of Wisconsin. She is a member of the esteemed House Ways and Means Committee, which is the oldest committee in the United States Congress, and has jurisdiction over the Social Security system, Medicare, the foster care system, temporary assistance for needy families, unemployment insurance, and all taxation tariffs and revenue-raising measures. She serves as co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. Congresswoman Moore is an active member of the LGBT Equality Caucus, Congressional Black Caucus, the Democratic Women's Caucus, and the Great Lakes Caucus. She's a very busy person. She is a strong advocate for measures that focus on women and alleviating poverty. She has been outspoken on behalf of low-wage workers, and in 2014, peacefully demonstrated for a living wage with fast food workers, leading to her arrest. She has introduced the Worker Act and the Poverty is Not Neglect Act. Made it her mission to give voice to the voiceless, or maybe, I don't know if they're voiceless, but they're not heard. She's also a mother of 3 children and a proud grandmother and great-grandmother. So we have a special treat. So we're going to do now a special presentation about and from U.S. Representative Gwen Moore. For this conference, she was recorded an interview with Phoebe Jones of the Global Women's Strike. In the following video, you will see Congresswoman Moore on March 9, 2023, introducing the Worker Act that would modernize the Earned Income Tax Credit. You will then see her in action at the press conference, this is March 26, 2025, where she relaunched the Worker Act and a television report on the relaunch. The video ends with Congressman Moore's interview she did for today's conference.
We are constantly told that people need to go to work, and mothering is work. Caring for, having your niece get out of the workforce so that you don't have to go to a nursing home is work. Being a student is work. And again, $500 billion to $1 trillion a year is non-compensated care. I just want to point out that as we debate things like Medicaid in this institution, Medicaid is the biggest payer for nursing homes. And when our loved ones find themselves in a situation that they have to go to a nursing home, when their caregiving needs are just too great for a family, we're happy to have those access to those facilities. But nobody wants to give up on their 5-year-old autistic son. Did you hear Philippa say that she had to go take care of other people to earn money while some other caregiver took care of her son? Did y'all get that? Instead of allowing her to teach her son how to bathe and take care of himself. This is humane, this is modern, and this is consistent with an effort that all of us have of making work pay. But one of the things that I think is really, really important about this bill is that there are so many people who have worked their entire lives, have gone to work every single day, and they have a stroke, and they could stay at home, but they don't have anyone to take care. They're forced into nursing homes when they could stay at home if there was someone to take care of them. They make too much money to qualify for Medicaid and for other kinds of things, but it's that niece that would come and help them get out of bed in the morning and fix up some breakfast and maybe put a little tuna in the refrigerator for lunchtime that could keep them in their home.
That's right.
This is what the Worker Act is all about. And enabling that niece to cut her hours down by 10 hours a day so that she can keep her aunt, who otherwise wouldn't qualify for any benefits. This aunt might be on Social Security, getting her Social Security check, maybe even have a small paycheck. But rather than giving all those resources to a nursing home, letting her niece come and giving her the loving care. This is what I'm hoping for, y'all. I'll be 72 next month, God willing. And I'm hoping that I can stay at home as long as I can. But I don't want to impoverish, I don't want to impoverish any of my relatives in order for me to be able to stay at home. And I don't want to stay at home unsafe. And it's my privilege, on the occasion of the 50th birthday of the EITC, to reintroduce the Worker Relief and Credit Reform Act nicknamed the Worker Act, because our tax code should work for the people who power this country, our workers, students, caregivers, not just the ultra-wealthy and big corporations.
Moore has introduced legislation to expand a tax break for low to moderate income workers out there, the Earned Income Tax Credit. She says the expansion would reduce poverty here in Wisconsin and all across the country. Spectrum News 1 Washington correspondent Charlotte Scott has the story.
And as we mark the 50th birthday of the Earned Income Tax Credit, I think it's time to modernize it.
Congresswoman Gwen Moore, a Milwaukee Democrat, joined with advocates Wednesday to make a new pitch for expanding the Earned Income Tax Credit, which helps 23 million low to moderate income taxpayers. She's reintroducing the Worker Relief and Credit Reform Act, which would expand the tax credit by decreasing the eligibility age for workers without children to 18 from 25 and removing the eligibility upper age limit of 65 years. It would also make unpaid caregivers and college students eligible for the first time.
Unpaid caregivers perform more than $1 trillion worth of essential care to loved ones every year. I'm saying trillion, y'all. That's trillion with a T. And so the Worker Act ensures that caregivers get at least some of the support that they deserve.
Representative Moore, we are so appreciative of you giving us your remarks for the Our Right to Care conference. Everybody is thrilled to hear you and to hear about what you've done. You know, if you could tell us a little bit about how you came to be putting forward the Worker Relief and Credit Reform Act.
You know, I was a student.
Yeah.
You know, when I had my first child. Yes. And I have seen people you know, who want to stay in their own homes. They can't stay in their own homes because their children have to work. Yeah. And they would be very willing to stay home to care for their moms or for their children, but they can't afford to do it. I've even seen people who are forced to go do jobs that are similar to caretaking, go work in a nursing home while their own loved one does not have the care.
Yeah.
And so this would be a way of recognizing the $1 trillion a year of uncompensated care, mostly done by women. There was a man who wanted to date me, and before we could ever get into a good dating relationship, he came to visit me and he literally fell out in my living room. And it turns out he was a veteran who was suffering from some of the symptoms of Agent Orange. He had no money, he had no income. He was a veteran. We applied for veterans benefits, we applied for Social Security, but it was a year before he got those benefits.
Wow.
And I was, you know, going to bed at 4 a.m., getting up at 4 a.m. and going to bed at 2 a.m.
Wow.
Laundry, you know, twice a day before I left for Madison. When I came home, there were other caregivers that came in for Medicaid, but I was exhausted.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it was a labor of concern and love. I didn't even get a chance for him to be my boyfriend. He was non-ambulatory,
wow.
Incontinent, and literally I had to have my sons and daughters help me bathe him and care for him. It really occurred to me how, were I not there, he would have nothing and nobody. And so once he began to get some benefits and his family was a little bit more willing to care for him, because they couldn't afford to quit their jobs to care for him and to take care of him. So once he had some income, they were willing to take him in. You know, I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. And so caretaking is what I have done every single day of my adult life. What about the people that, you know, you want to cut Medicaid because you want to force people to work where they're already working?
That's right.
They're caring for people who otherwise the federal government and state would have to pay so much more, put them in nursing homes and other settings. So, you say you want people to work for benefits where they're working.
Absolutely. I mean, we think it's such an important, companion bill to the child tax credit.
Absolutely. Oh, the child tax credit. I mean, literally, we lifted almost half children above the poverty level. And families told us what they did with the money. You would be shocked to find that they fed their children better meals. They provided them with school supplies. They did mothering with that money.
A number of us feel like people in Congress, some people are in there because of ambition. But tell us if we're wrong, but we feel you're in there because of that caregiving you did for the family is something you're extending to.
Let me just tell you what inspired me to come to Congress, and I didn't know that I'd ever run. But I was at the scene of the crime in 1996 when then Governor Tommy G. Thompson ended welfare as we know it, and he became the model for Bill Clinton ending welfare, him and Newt Gingrich, and I vowed that I would do something to try to fix the situation of low-wage people not having any kind of safety net. And so this is why I worked to get on the Ways and Means Committee. This is the only committee I've ever wanted to be on. It's the reason I'm not the chairman or ranking member of something, because I left the committee, another committee that I was very good at, so I could be on the Ways and Means Committee in the jurisdiction of caring for our seniors on Social Security, caring for our children through TANF, caring for earned income tax credit, all the stuff that's under this jurisdiction. This is why I came to Congress.
And we are so glad you did.
And thank you. I just want to be in the fight.
And you are. And we need you and we rely on you. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Have a great conference.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gwen Moore. And this is just a message to all women who want to run for office. Run and win. So let's all turn to the panelists here. We have another one actually that's going to be joining us virtually. I'd just like each of you 2 minutes just to introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to ask a series of questions. So why don't you start?
Hi, everyone. My name is Elisa Minoff. I work at the Center for the Study of Social Policy, which is a research organization and think tank based in Washington, D.C. We're an organization that's committed to advancing racial justice by working with and alongside children, families, young adults, to advance their economic security, their health and well-being, and to promote their autonomy and their family autonomy, specifically outside of intervening systems like child welfare. I'm really honored to be here. I will say I've been working alongside Margaret Prescott, Phoebe, and others at the Global Women's Strike for a number of years now in the fight to expand the child tax credit. And I've learned so much from Margaret and others at the strike about how you make change and how you make a change that really effectively supports the families and children who need it most. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation.
Hi, I'm Emily Kalachi, and I just want to echo the thanks that have come, from panelists before me and then this morning, and all the incredible work at putting this conference together. It is just so humbling to be in the room right now with so many incredible people, activists who have been fighting this fight for so long, to be in the same room as Selma James. God. Bert's, oh my God, I'm just incredible. And that keynote was just perfection. And it's just such a privilege to be here. So thank you so much for having me, and Phoebe for all the work you've done in getting me here. So thank you. I'm a professor of history at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Thank you. Again, Gwen Moore, oh my God, I know she's not physically in the room, but to be in the same room as her voice is also just an incredible privilege. And anyway, I think the reason I'm here is that I wrote a book about wages for housework. So that's a
I'm Peggy O'Mara. Can you hear me okay? I'm the mother of 4 and the grandmother of 3. I live in Fort Collins, Colorado, which is about an hour north of Denver. First time in Philadelphia, so I'm excited to be here.
Welcome.
I've been working with the Global Women's Strike has been around for so long. I'm a newbie, but I've been working since 2019 to advocate for the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. And more recently, I've been working with Rachel West and others in the strike in San Francisco remotely to do the first ever, I think, in the United States, guaranteed care income. Shafika can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a guaranteed care income for 10 single moms who are or have been at risk of incarceration or of losing their children to child welfare. And they're getting $2,000 a month, and it's just changing their lives. For over 30 years, I was the editor and publisher of Mothering Magazine, which started in 1974. And it really came out of and was in response somewhat to the fact that feminists in the United States at that time were really and continue to disparage mothering and motherhood. The woman that founded it, Addie Evanson, wanted to call it mothering because she wanted to uplift and celebrate the act of mothering. An active mother, it's not motherhood, it's mothering. And that's what the magazine did. It was before the internet. It was a strong community of mothers and supporting each other, and particularly lifting up the work of moms in the home. And I'm thrilled to be here today, and I think that's all. Thank you.
And we have one. Thank you, Stefania. Can you hear Stefania?
Yes, can you hear
Oh,
me?
yes. Please just do a brief introduction of yourself.
Yes, of course. But first of all, let me say how happy I am of being part of this conference, even though I am, of course, sorry not being able to be there with you, but it's such an honor to be part of this conversation. So thank you so much for the invitation. So my name is Stefania Barca. I'm a researcher and a professor in gender and environmental history at the University of Santiago de Compostela. This is in Spain. I am also a mother of a 25-year-old girl and a lifelong partner with someone who got very ill with COVID-19 back in 2020, and he almost died of it. And this is when I started to pay more attention to care and care work. So my research has been mostly on how to think about environmental policies from a working class perspective. So how to break the jobs versus environment discourse that has been dividing labor and environmental movements, and more broadly, workers and working class people from environmental politics. And how to reunite what was initially joined, because the history of environmental politics shows just that at the beginning, worker struggles were also struggles for a better environment, a living environment and working environment. So, I come from just a little piece of information about me. I come from a working class area, a working class district on East Naples, Italy. And I grew up with exhaust fumes in my neighborhood near a refinery and all that. And I saw so many workers dying of cancer, and also the women and the children getting ill. And I could never be convinced that environmentalism was not a working class issue. So I had to, also do my research to prove just that. And so I was writing about this jobs versus environment false dilemma, and how, from an environmental justice perspective, that does not make sense. And I was called in to help design a green public works program for a campaign that was called the Green New Deal for Europe back in 2019. together with people from a variety of social movements, mostly degrowth and climate justice movements and researchers. And that's where I met Selma and Nina. And they were also called in to contribute to this campaign. And we started talking about the care income. And initially, the idea came from somebody else, from another researcher, Giacomo D'Alisa, and Nina and Selma thought it was a great idea, and we started talking about on what it meant to us politically. So I hope I will tell you more about this later.
Thank you, Stefania. So the first question is going to go towards Emily, the historian. We've heard some about the wages for housework movement that originated in the 1970s and advocated for the recognition and payment of housework, arguing that it is a form of labor that contributes to the economy and should be valued accordingly. And then in 2000, the Wages for Housework campaign launched the global women's strike, demanding payment for all caring work in wages, pensions, land, and other resources. So the Wages for Housework movement has had a lasting impact on feminist thought and activism, influencing debates about social reproduction, care work, and economic justice. So Emily, the campaign for Care Income Now has historical roots in the Wages for Housework campaign. Can you tell us more about this history?
Sure, thank you. And so there'd be so much to say if I were to try to encapsulate, the entire history, and I don't even manage to capture the whole thing in an entire book about it. So, I kind of actually, without meaning to follow the same structure that actually, some have chosen, which is to choose 3 moments that I thought were interesting from the history of the campaign that really get at some of the core ideas that I think are still really important when we're looking back to think about, our kind of, oh, you're right, I'm sorry, I talked too fast, I'm going to slow down, thank you, Nikki. That kind of can help us place ourselves in this longer feminist genealogy. So the first kind of moment I wanted to start with is looking at Selma James's work prior to the formation of the campaign in 1972. She grew up in a working class community in Brooklyn, and really, as a young woman, devoted herself to class struggle. She, in Los Angeles at the time, she was organizing with, a group called Johnson Forest Tendency. Those of you that are kind of interested in the sort of geeky history of the left can learn more. I'm talking too fast again. Thank you, Nina. But basically, one of the core principles here was that political direction and insight would come from the experiences of working class people themselves, not from the heads of political parties or people who were, trying to kind of direct the movement in a top-down way, but that you would actually record and be close to the experiences of working class people themselves and take direction from them. And one of the key insights at this time that a young Selma James, at this moment, a young mother working in a factory had was that the left at this time really defined the working class as white and male, people who went to work in factories. But that was the kind of key protagonist of the left, like to be a proletariat, go get a job, And the key insight that I think Selma had at this time was that's a very narrow definition of working class because it's a very narrow definition of work. And so from that very early moment, she was out there interviewing housewives and women who did the double shift of working in a factory and looking after children, and really had this insight that, the working class must include all forms of work and not just the kind that's, defined as work for an employer, in the kind of, work sector. So kind of to skip forward, 2 decades, I guess, when the feminist movement, what we now kind of call, somewhat erroneously second wave feminism, kind of hit the scene in London, for Selma at this time, one of the things that she understood was that, for her, this was not a separate struggle of, the rights of women as opposed to the rights of the working class. For her, that was an extension of that struggle, to understand women as workers and for this key role they play in the economy. So, when she would go to these, second wave liberation, conferences, she'd have the Black Panther Party button on her lapel, and she'd get up and she'd say, "We are the working class," to the women gathered there. And that, frankly, pissed a lot of people off, but it really kind of brought for her the constituency of people that would then form wages for housework. So that idea that, working class has to include more than just, work that happens in a kind of formalized workplace, I think is a really critical insight. A second moment I want to talk about is a kind of iconic moment in the history of feminism, which is the 1977 Women's Conference in Houston. And I'm grateful to Alex earlier in the slideshow she was showing from the archives. There's this photograph that I really think is such an important moment in history that really should kind of be more recognized, as the kind of critical moment of this conference. You see Margaret Prescott together with Johnny Tillman and Beulah Sanders at that conference. So this is the conference, it's kind of most known for, a moment, that was associated with two kind of legal, battles in the US, the fight for abortion rights and the fight for the Equal Rights Amendment. And one of the critical things that Margaret Prescott did, so Margaret Prescott, an incredible organizer, she comes from Barbados. She was working as a teacher in Brooklyn, and really organizing with the mothers of her students. And that's when she really got interested and connected to the welfare rights movement. And her activism was really kind of grounded in those struggles. And so when she goes to this historic conference in 1977, she gets together with Johnny Tillman and Beulah Sanders and others in the incredible National Welfare Rights Organization. And they basically lobbied to get the following language included in the, the statement that would come out of this conference. And just to read how that statement read, "We support increased federal funding for income transfer programs. And just as with other workers, homemakers receiving payments should be afforded the dignity of having that payment called a wage, not welfare." So again, really critical moment in that history that I think is often overlooked, but really should be kind of embraced as, I have to slow down again. I'm so sorry, it's such a bad habit. Okay, my apologies to everyone doing the really amazing work of translating my overly quick speech. And I think this gets to another kind of point that's been raised several times today, and particularly also in Professor Roberts' speech, talking about how so often in our history, as feminists and as the left more general, it's Black women who are leading the way. And that's very much the case in this history as well, right? This critical moment is really building on the efforts of the welfare rights movement. So I think we have to recognize that as part of our genealogy as we're fighting for care income now. Okay, and then the third movement I wanted to mention is actually really, builds off a point that my colleague Alyssa Trotz was talking about this morning when she was uplifting the work of Andaye and Red Thread in Guyana. And so she already gave a lot of the context for that history, so I won't repeat that here. But there was a passage from Andaye that I thought was so critically important for us trying to understand the role of unpaid work, both domestically, in the US as policy, but also as a kind of global economic issue. So one of the, great, targets or kind of fights, I guess, that Red Thread was involved in, which is something that is shared with many women organizing across the global South throughout the 1980s and 90s is, fighting for, women's empowerment in the context of austerity policies. In this case, structural adjustment policies, implemented across the global South, requiring governments to cut all kinds of social spending. And this is portrayed as belt tightening, as fiscal responsibility. Yeah, exactly. But Andaye had this brilliant way of reframing that and showing what it really is. And I want to read you a quotation from her. So she said, "When prices rise and incomes plunge, whose job is it to walk from shop to shop and stall to stall in order to find the cheapest items of food, and then to go home and do the extra cooking that is required to make cheap items of food edible? When, as in Guyana, all the systems for the provision of safe water fail, who goes to fetch water daily from downstairs, or the next street, or 2 miles down the road, except women? When, as in Guyana, we become prey to waterborne diseases, who has to try to hold the line against the total collapse of the immediate environment of the family, except women? When women fail in this, and the disease does strike, I can't, I'm so sorry, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. When women fail in this, and the disease does strike, Who has to run up and down to take family to hospitals, which have become ill-equipped because of government cuts? Structural adjustment assumes, correctly, that what women will do in the face of the deterioration that it brings is to increase the unpaid work that we do without even thinking about it in an attempt to ensure that our families survive. So I just got to say just one point in closing about this. You know, I was participating in a conference of economic historians recently, and I am not an economic historian. And I was trying to think of what I could possibly say to this group of economic historians, not knowing their field very well. And one of the things I did was read out that passage. And there was an audible, literal gasp in the room, right, of people saying, wow, that's such a beautiful way of explaining what austerity politics is, right? It is taking work that we recognize collectively, compensate, and it's moving it into the category of things that we do not recognize and compensate as. That is, we're turning it into coerced labor rather than paid labor. So I think these are just three of the many moments from the campaign's history that I hope we can remember. I think thinking about how these relate, that they're all just still incredibly relevant today, right? For example, when you look at the discourse of our major political parties in this country, when they talk about working class voters, again, they have this incredibly narrow dog whistle about who they're talking about. They're talking about white working class men. They're not talking about women's work. They're not talking about unpaid work. They're not talking about people of color. Again, this idea about austerity, belt tightening, efficiency, efficient for whom, right? Again, it's about, conscripting all this work for free. So I think, thinking about these insights and how they can inform our contemporary moment, I think we have a really great set of tools and a great kind of genealogy we can draw on and making sense of forging a way forward. So thank you.
And I always say we always need historical context when we're talking about disrupting systems and really leading to transformational change. And we need to learn from all those who've been doing this work for years. And now our own government is censoring history right now. So we need to elevate this work. We need to talk about these books, get them out there into the mainstream. So thank you, Emily. Thank you for writing the book. Elisa, you talked about a lot of your work is about advancing the economic well-being of caregivers. What financial and other supports currently exist for family caregivers, including mothers in the United States and abroad?
Okay, so I'm going to try and be a little bit of a bridge from the history, talking about what the long fight for a care income, to a conversation about what we should do, what we should be fighting for moving forward. And my job here is just to walk through what can sometimes be a very boring, wonky explanation of what supports exist now. I did a policy scan a little over a year ago with my colleague Alex Kochia, which you can find on our website, cssp.org. It actually walks through in greater detail than I'll go through now, the sort of policy supports to provide financial assistance to family caregivers and other unpaid caregivers in the United States now, and sort of does some sampling of what other OECD countries, other wealthy countries do in terms of financial support for unpaid or otherwise unpaid family caregivers. There are a couple of points I want to make just to start. One is if we're thinking about the role of a care income, we need to be thinking also about how it fits into the broader system of supports, right? And I think that there's a lot of work that can be done to support caregiving that doesn't involve actual direct cash and financial assistance, and I think we just need to recognize that. We need universal health care. We need to have housing that people can access and afford, and we need to have childcare. And those three areas in particular are areas where the market is broken, and just inserting cash into those broken markets isn't going to fix the problem. So if, in addition to fixing those huge things as a society that we need to fix, Then we also need to give people cash so they can make the decisions themselves about how to best support their families. And so that's where I see, and we as an organization see the role of a care income kind of fitting in. We do a lot of work talking directly to parents and families about what they need, about how programs are working with them, for them right now. And we've heard a lot of what we heard on this first panel today about the huge administrative barriers of existing supports, and the real sort of gaps in financial support for caregiving today in the United States. I will just say the sort of funding streams and programs that enable family caregivers to be paid notably leave out parents oftentimes. So we heard that with Felipa's comments, right? She couldn't get paid to be a parent. Medicaid makes that very difficult. That's one major funding stream to support otherwise unpaid caregiving. We also have a funding stream through childcare that can sometimes be used to pay relatives to care for children so their parents can work, but parents cannot be paid to pay for their own children. So I just want to name that in the United States, there are gaps all over the place, but that's sort of one thing consistently that we see, that parents are kind of left out. So across the board, what we see in the parents here in the United States and in other wealthy countries, there are policies in place to support some caregiving some of the time. Those policies are sometimes designed as a flat benefit or cash transfer, other times designed as a sort of wage payments that are tied to the hours people work. Sometimes those policies place burdens or other requirements on caregivers, as we heard with the Medicaid examples this morning. Sometimes those policies, notably in other countries, not as much in the United States, come with additional protections and rights. So in the US context, when we're talking about the sort of funding streams available to support otherwise unpaid caregiving, we are notable in that we don't have a national program of paid leave. So there are some states that offer that. There are some employers that offer that. We also, because of the decimation of cash assistance, don't have an effective means-tested cash program for parents who are doing caregiving. We do have Medicaid, which allows some family caregivers of older people or people with disabilities to be paid. We do, as I mentioned, have a child care funding streams that in some states could be used to pay for family caregivers, but the wage rates are incredibly low. I'm talking $2, $3, $4 an hour. So it's just like a token of recognition, not really an adequate wage. There are other programs that are that provide much more significant support. So for families with veterans, there's a veteran assistance program for veteran caregivers where someone could actually really get paid a sort of a much more livable wage of something like $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month for caring for a veteran with significant needs. So there are policies in place, but there are huge gaps. Parents are left out across the board. Wage rates are low and range really from maybe $100 a week or a couple dollars an hour to something that's more like minimum wage or sort of lower median wage. But pay is low. There are significant administrative barriers, and at the end of the day, families are left scrambling. In other wealthy countries, many of these same issues exist, but there are just a couple of points I want to highlight, especially when it comes to families with children, that I think distinguish the American context. One is most wealthy countries have some sort of paid parental leave, which is huge. And then some of those countries who have paid parental leave build out on top of that a system of support for caregiving of children. So in Finland, for example, they have paid parental leave, and then once parents have exhausted their paid parental leave, they can choose to send their child to either a public daycare, or they can choose to receive a private daycare allowance to choose their own daycare for their child, or they can choose to receive a child care in-home allowance or home allowance to allow themselves or someone else who they choose to care for their child in their own home. That's not something we don't have anything like that in the United States. But that's, it's a sort of a model that's out there of thinking about how you begin to stack policies so that there aren't these enormous gaps where caregivers are left behind and there's no way for them to get financial support for the work that they're doing. So I'll just stop there.
I think Finland was rated as one of the top places to live. And they measure the kind of health and well-being of a country, not just by their GDP, but happiness. How are people living lives of joy and dignity? So thank you, Elisa. Stefania, in your book, which is a fascinating book, it's not an easy one to read. I had to do a lot of thinking. Workers of the Earth, Labor, Ecology, and Reproduction in the Age of Climate Change. You offer a fresh perspective on the place of labor in today's global climate struggle, reminding us that the fight for a sustainable and just ecological future is a fight against capitalism. Yeah, the root of all evil. And that to achieve ecological justice, our work must be grounded in something you call just transition. What is just transition, and how does care income fit within a just transition framework?
Yes, thank you for the question, Diane. So just transition is not my wording. It's a concept that comes from originally from the labor movement in North America, in the US and Canada. It came about during the late 70s in coincidence with the first neoliberal, the first first phase of the neoliberal turn when, exactly, there was a government rollback, as it was said before and explained very well by Dorothy before me, on all sorts of social policies, and the working classes were being left behind in this new run towards global competitivity and financialization of the economy and everything, no? So just transition at that point came out as a labor movement response to all this, and at the same time, a response to the fact that the American working classes were the most exposed to the dangers of environmental damage, environmental change. At that time, they didn't speak about climate change yet. There was no consensus yet, but the ecological crisis was very clear as both on the global level, but also on the local level, national level. And those were also the years of the rising of the environmental justice movement in the US by realizing how much toxic waste and toxic pollution was concentrated in African American communities and other racialized communities, Native American communities, and these communities and organizations converged towards creating the environmental justice movement that came a little bit later in the early 90s. But the process started in the late 70s and early 80s. So this is just to say that just transition put together issues of economic and social inequality and racial inequality and class inequality, not so much gender inequality, to be honest, at that point, together with issues of what came to be called environmental inequalities, how environmental problems affected people unequally along all these differentiations. And so just transition was a concept that was saying we need to transition towards a different kind of system that is not just more cleaner and more environmentally safe, but also more equal and in where everybody is taken care of and nobody is left behind. So this was the original idea of just transition, as it was actually explained to me by my friend Dimitris Stevis, who has a beautiful, short, very short, clear book, which is called exactly Just Transition, that explains what it is. What happened was that starting at some point, climate change became a big political issue and everybody was talking about, and there was scientific consensus, even if not political consensus, but then scientific consensus became consensus on the global scale. So there were a lot of conversations started about what kind of politics, what kind of policies are needed to fight climate change. And at that point, there was much talk about energy, about infrastructure, about industry, and all that. And the response from, at that point, mostly from the labor movement, started to assume, and by that I mean the trade unions movement, that started to assume a sort of defensive strategy, saying we have to save jobs. Also because these conversations were also coinciding at some point with the global economic crisis, the 2008 crisis, so a crisis of unemployment. So the trade unions started to say we have to find ways of saving jobs in a way that is also consistent with saving the climate. So they came up with this idea of just transition, meaning creating clean jobs, green jobs for example, in clean energy or in green sorts of transport systems and stuff like that. So basically replacing the jobs that would be lost in phasing out of highly carbon emitting sectors, replacing those jobs that would be lost with new good jobs, decent jobs, unionized jobs in these clean industry, clean energy, and clean infrastructure sectors. So this was sort of a gain and a loss, in a sense that it was a gain in the sense of reuniting the trade unions movement with the ecology movement, environmental movement on a common agenda. But it was a big loss in terms of the just transition became much more reductive. And as Emily was also reminding us before, the Wages for Household campaign, much of it was about expanding the notion of working class, to include everyone who is actually working. And in this version of just transition, actually the working class was being again reduced to the male blue-collar workers in waged work and industry and energy and infrastructures. So, and this, unfortunately, this was the approach that then was incorporated in all the global climate policies in the UN, United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change incorporates this idea of just transition, but also the International Labour Organization, the ILO, the European Union and a number of governments in Europe that following European Union directive, now the European Union has its own just transition fund and program, etc., and it's all geared around this idea. So basically, this overlooks all caring work, all sorts of caring work, paid and unpaid, overlooks informal workers of all kinds, and especially those who are, most of them, employed in the care sector. So even though the Just Transition claimed to be a strategy for the working class, all the people who do the domestic care and community caring, people who grow food, or take care of the environment, or work in healthcare and education, and the people and the ecosystems that they care for, all these are left behind. So this is the point where this Just Transition and Care Network comes about. And this Just Transition and Care Network is an international network that I put forward at some point back in 2021 after I had met Nina and Selma, and we had started to talk about care income. And the Just Transition and Care is a network that puts together almost 20 workers and organizers from different sectors of care work around the world in 12 countries. Nina and Selma and Leddi are also part of it, and there are many other people from different, because we include in this not only people involved in caring in housework and domestic work and in community care activities and organizations, also people involved in healthcare, people involved in food provisioning, especially peasant and indigenous farming, who provide food for their communities in the food sovereignty movement, for example, and people in education and teachers, people in working in organizing in schools and higher education as well. And people who are involved in environmental caring, taking care of different sorts of environments. So, so we had a number of, since 2021, we had meetings in which everybody could talk about what, first of all, what the COVID-19 had meant for them, because of course, COVID-19, the pandemic, was a moment in which we all realized, well, by we all, I mean the governments, because of course people already know how important care work is, but the elites and the governments, you know, and the economists could let's say, forget about it. But COVID-19 was a strong reminder of how important caring is, and also the politics that were put in place that were actually creating, not really supporting the carers, the caregivers in a proper way, and creating a lot of additional burden and distress, and creating problems for the caregivers themselves, no? And also it became clear how much the underfunding public health and hospitals was being paid in terms of human casualties and of both people, patients and care workers, right? So all this, we were talking about all this, and in the light of all this, we were asking ourselves, what would a really just transition look like, no? So what would we really need? And something that also came out was the fact that the pandemic was also a reminder of the fact of how important environmental caring is, because the pandemic, as epizoonotic, I think is the word, epidemics, meaning an epidemics that transmits from non-human animals into humans. This is a sign of high distress for the non-human world, high distress for other species, and because of what the economy is doing to destroying their habitats and making life hard for them, and actually creating the conditions for the disappearance of a number of species, and et cetera, and all this is not aside from human life. It's all connected. The pandemic reminded us that. So we were asking ourselves, in this just transition, we should take care. We need a system that puts caring at the center, and caring meaning both caring for people and caring for non-human nature. And we need to find a system that is careful in the sense that it's a system that is capable of valuing these forms of caring most and foremost, more than other forms of economy. So I think I will stop there here
Yes,
now, and
thank
maybe
you.
if we have time, yes.
Yes, thank you, Stefania. How she connects the care income into how she connects it with how investing in care work also is investing in our environment. So Peggy, as we talked about previously in 2021, the Global Women's Strike decided to put together a working group that would design a survey to find out what mothers and other caregivers actually think, want, and need. And the survey addressed the fact that mothers, motherhood, mothering, and caregiving are often talked about in public, but seldom are these conversations informed by the experiences and views of mothers and other caregivers themselves. So what are some of the key findings of the international survey regarding what mothers are saying about the bond between mother and child and care income for caring work?
Thank you. I'm just going to shake a little bit because it's 3 o'clock when people start yawning.
Yes,
and
it's hard.
asleep, and
yes, if people need to stand up and stretch, please do.
Just a little bit. I do. Wiggle, wiggle. All right. I need chocolate.
Yes,
Anyone
stand
need
up,
chocolate?
move.
Yeah. Oh, good.
I know, it's a lot of listening.
Yeah, good. Wake up, because I was seeing y'all sleeping out there, and I was a little
I know, it's hard after lunch.
I'm going to just take this out of here.
Yes. Taking some deep breaths.
Good. So on International Women's Day in 2022, the Global Women's Strike launched an international survey entitled What Mothers and Other Caregivers Want. It remained open until May 2023 and was available in English, Spanish, Italian, and Thai. And if you want to see the whole survey, it's on the Global Women's Strike website. If you go up to the drop-down menu, there's campaigns, Care Income Now campaign, and that's where you can find the survey. The survey was primarily distributed through the networks of the Global Women's Strike in the UK, Thailand, and the United States. And they're in that order because Thailand got a lot more responses than the United States did. Even though it was mainly distributed in those countries, respondents to the survey are from 50 countries on all continents. Most respondents identified as women, and 70% are mothers. So there were 7 key findings from the survey, and I'll summarize those. The first key finding from the survey is that caring work deserves a care income. Mothers and caregivers who took the survey overwhelmingly felt that caregiving requires skills, time, and dedication, and said that society and/or governments do not value this important work. 84% of those who responded to the question about a care income considered that their contribution to society should be paid, for example, with a care income. They said they would be happier and/or a better caregiver if they received the recognition that an income for their caregiving work would bring. Like others, is it Janta? Do we know? This is the gal who did the survey with Liz Hilton in Thailand. I'm not sure, Janta. Like many others, when they first hear about this idea, Mai had reservations about being paid for caregiving work at all. She helped create and distribute the survey in Thailand, as I said, and is part of the Thai sex worker movement, Empower, and the Community Women Human Rights Defender Collective. She had this to say about getting paid for caregiving work, and it echoes what Philippa and Letty and Gwen Moore had talked about as well. Mai said, I first heard about the care income a few years ago. Until then, I had always been made to understand it was my duty to do the housework and care for my family without any expectation of money. After all, if we don't care for the family, who would take our place? But when I thought about the work we do at home and the work we do outside the home, often the only difference is we only get paid for the work we do away from home and family. It started me thinking, yes, why don't we get paid? Why does a woman have to leave her home to care for someone else's children simply to make enough money to care for her own children? Once I began to understand, I started talking at length with the other women in my community. And in Thailand, they used this as an organizing tool, went up into the mountains, organized with women, and came together in a way that, I was really envious of, the community and the sense of connection that they had. The second key finding is that caregiving is work. Respondents think of their caregiving as essential work. Just over half of respondents are solely responsible for the upbringing of their children. And the majority, as you well know, spend more than 40 hours a week caring for children and adults. Many said caregiving is a 24/7 responsibility. The third, bless you. The third key finding is that caregiving is often invisible. Caregiving is often invisible, which I'm sure you started that, Selma. Many aspects of caregiving are not often thought of as care work. Here are some of the activities that respondents to the survey identified as care work. Providing emotional support, which others have talked about, how important how do we count that? That's happening all the time. You're worrying about them, you can't go to sleep, you're worried about in the morning. One of my daughters is a single mom of one daughter, and she works 2 jobs and never has enough money, and I'm constantly worrying about her and her daughter and trying to give them whatever money I can. Breastfeeding is another thing that's not often thought of as care work. You may not know this, but in the gross domestic product of the United States and most countries, we count formula sales as part of the gross domestic product, and we don't count breastfeeding. If we counted breastfeeding, it would be way more than formula feeding. And a woman in Australia has created a mother's milk tool, so you can calculate country by country the value of breastfeeding in your country. It's on the resource list. Our Right to Care website has a great resource list. Check that out. This is mentioned there as well as a lot of other things that I think will be interesting to people. Another part of caregiving is homeschooling, helping with homework, parent-school activities, which take a lot of time and depending on the year your child is in, more time. Supporting family and friends with mental illness, caring for the land, Stefania talked about, the natural world, farming, gardening, defending loved ones from racism and discrimination, which the welfare warriors are doing all the time. Defending self and others from sexual and/or domestic violence. And volunteer work, which in my generation, people still did. It's hard to find time to do volunteer work now with all the work people have to do. One respondent to the survey wrote, like caring for our fellow human beings, caring for the land and for the natural world is similarly hidden and undervalued. Appreciate that, thank you. The fourth key finding, the bond between mother and child is vital. Most respondents are mothers, and nearly half are single mothers. Respondents believe that the bond between mother and child is vital to the welfare of the child. Many felt less valued by society once they became a mother. Familiar? The vast majority, 76% breastfed, 46% breastfed for up to a year, and 25% for 2 years or more. Actually, breastfeeding for 2 years or more is recommended by both the American Academy of Pediatrics and the World Health Organization, but nobody ever talks about how women are supposed to do that. As one respondent said, taking care of my children at home when they were little was the most exhausting and the most joyous time of my life. A network of low-income trans sex workers in Latin America took the time to translate, distribute, and fill out the survey. They are from Brazil, Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia, Honduras, and Dominican Republic, and some are undocumented. They brought up an important distinction about who is mother. This is what they had to say. Most of the women, this is in their collective, are raising children, though not all biological, of course. Some are co-parenting with very close friends and chosen family. Many have helped to raise younger siblings, and some have been the main carer of children living on the streets. In Mexico, trans women, and my Spanish friends can help me, or muxi, M-U-X-E, muxi, have a particular role in the culture to stay at home and care for elderly parents and relatives, and to collectively to care for others' children. Yes, they say the bond between mother and child is vital, but the bond with another primary carer or relative can sometimes be as important. For example, the women who raised us when our own mothers abused or rejected us. We feel the bond and role of these mothers in our lives is valid and important and should be respected, because these women have given us the love we never received from our biological families. The fifth finding is, without financial pressure, most mothers would not work full-time outside the home. Nobody asks mothers this. Nobody knows this. People assume that everyone wants to get away from the home, but many of us really like our children and like to be with them. God, is that okay? 63% of respondents to the survey have a wage job, and they worry about what's been happening to their child or relative when they're away from home. They want to care for their loved ones and do waged work primarily because they need the money. They find it hard to leave a child or relative who is unwell. 71% of respondents said they would not work the same job or for the same number of hours if they did not have financial pressure. Only 5% said they would work full-time outside the home if they could choose freely. One respondent wrote, "There is no recognition for women who do a double day. I would work part-time or not do waged work outside the home if I could." Amen. The sixth finding is that most respondents want to be cared for or to care for others at home. If they were dependent upon the care of others, 73% of respondents would want to be cared for at home. If they were caring for others, 60% want to share a home with those in their care. This was one of the most interesting and not really funny, but just kind of funny part of the survey. We went back and forth with the people who were working on the survey from Thailand on this question. And the people in Myanmar and Thailand could not even understand this question. I mean, they could not even consider an option in which you wouldn't be caring for your loved ones at home. One respondent wrote, and I think many of us feel this way, "I wish I could have spent more time caring for my elderly parents." The seventh and final finding of the survey, although there's a lot more to this in the survey, check it out because there's also a lot more comments from people from different countries and just a lot more detail on some of these things. So the seventh finding is society is not doing a good job of valuing care work. Over 80% of respondents felt the society is not doing a good job of supporting mothers and children, or of supporting the care of older people, or of supporting the care of people with disabilities. Surprisingly, this was across all societies, with specific comments about this and complaints about society from the UK, Thailand, the United States, India, Germany, Scotland, Egypt, and Sweden. I thought, oh, Sweden, they got to figure it out, you know, and nobody thought their government was doing a good job of valuing them. According to the World Policy Analysis, 96% of countries worldwide, including all 54 African countries, provide some statutory paid maternity leave. This paid maternity leave ranges from 14 weeks in Thailand to 58 weeks in Bulgaria. In Sweden, mothers and fathers share 68 weeks of paid leave. The United States, one of the richest countries in the world, provides no statutory maternity leave and no paid benefits for families. One respondent wrote, in the US, we need a federal paid maternity leave. I work for a big global corporation, but only got 4 weeks of paid maternity leave. I could take up to a year of unpaid maternity leave, but the time is taken from your seniority at the company. Maternity is penalized, but any other, in quotes, disability is covered. According to a conservative estimate from Oxfam, globally women do twice as much unpaid work as men, sometimes 10 times as much, often on top of their paid work. The yearly value of this work comes out to US $10.8 trillion, more than 3 times the value of the global tech industry. Care income now. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. I actually read the full report. It is definitely worth reading. There's a lot of great data and stories and testimonials, so please go.
And I have a copy of the survey if anyone wants to look at it.
Should we cut it?
All right, I'll show it to you, Jess.
All right, well, we don't have time to respond, I'm sorry, because we do need time to break and rest and move and stretch. So thank you all for your work. I appreciate it.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosie Barbera. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a social worker, but don't blame me, all right? Sam knows this, right? And I teach social work at LaSalle University here in Philadelphia. I also am representing social workers ending poverty together, SWEPT, and I've been participating in the Give Us Back Our Children, and I'm a mother of 2 amazing children, and I'm happy to say that. I recommend that you read the full bios of our panelists. They're on the webpage for the conference. We have one panelist in the house, one that's pre-recorded because she's an Indian, it's a little late there, and then 2 who will be Zooming in with us. So we're gonna start with Claire Glassman, coming in from London. Is that where you are, Claire? You're in London? Okay, so let's get started. So Claire, you're the coordinator of Win Visible, a multiracial grassroots group of women with visible and invisible disabilities. In many of our movements for change, people with disabilities are not considered. Please tell us about the contributions of people with disabilities and what kind of financial support and other supports are needed to ensure that people can live independently with dignity. How can we work to make sure the person needing care is centrally involved in the choice of care? And if you can, the connection between financial dependence and vulnerability to abuse for women with disabilities. Thank you, Claire.
Thanks very much, Rosie. And sorry I can't be there in person. I'm really missing everyone. But anyway, yes, so internationally, disabled women are craving and demanding recognition and respect that we are not lesser women. And for Win Visible, more than visibility, financial independence is our key demand, including as our first protection against violence and other abuse. I'm going to try and share some photos. hopefully it will work. Just bear with me 1 second. So, yeah, this is some of the women in our group at Parliament Square. And this is a still of a Chinese disabled mother who lost her legs in an accident, and she is using her arms as legs. She's got her hands in sandals. She's carrying her baby on her front, and on her back she's got a basket with radishes. And this is a couple
Claire,
of
if you
photos.
could, Claire, if you could go to the next slide, because they're not going automatically. So.
Okay, can you?
We see the one
you
now with the banner for Winvisible. It's on number 1.
Yes, is that sharing?
No, it's sharing, but it's on number 1. Did you mean for it to be on a different one?
I can do it myself.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so this is
no, it didn't go yet because I think because it's not in slideshow mode, you're gonna have to physically click on the picture.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
There you go. That's it.
So
that's it.
Sorry, everyone. I'm a bit of a novice. Yeah. So this is a Chinese mum who lost her legs in an accident, who is walking on her arms. She's got her baby on her front, and on her back she's carrying a basket with radishes. And this is 2 different families. There's a Afro-Caribbean wheelchair user mum with her daughter perching on the side of her wheelchair, and a blind mum with 3 children in the park. And this is the banner of the Disabled Mothers' Rights Campaign, which we coordinate, which is helping to break through into the mainstream media on how children's services discriminate against loving mothers of many backgrounds and situations. We're demanding support, not separation, including disability support services for caring responsibilities for our children, which is our legal right. And here we are marching in Parliament Square as part of the disability movement response to the attack from government on our disability benefit rights. We're put down as economically inactive, along with family carers not in wage work. Needing income to survive and for disability costs is called a lifestyle choice by those who want to deprive us. Thousands of disabled people on welfare, disabled mothers and people with mental distress have died after being cut off benefit. Here we have photos of Lillian Oluk, who was 36 when she died, and her baby Lynn Matumba. She was applying for asylum in the UK on the grounds of HIV status and disability persecution, and was refused. And they starved. And the mum on the right is called Philippa Day, and she committed suicide after being cut off benefit. The government is using helping people into jobs as a smokescreen for sweeping cuts to disability benefits. Some feminists, like the Women's Budget Group, promote employment as liberation from gender roles. They talk about the gender pay gap, which is 13%, but they don't talk about the disabled women's pay gap, which is 35%. They say disability benefit cuts are bad for the economy because more women will be pulled out of wage work to support people who are more dependent after loss of income. As other sisters have said, putting the economy first is top down, not grassroots up. Quitting your job or going part-time to support loved ones is putting people first. But in today's society, the carer-caree relationship is a fraught power relation. We are demanding access, income and support services because in today's inaccessible prejudiced society, coping with illness and disability is already work. Things take longer to do. It's physically tiring as you can be lifting your whole body weight to do things, or it's just frustrating when you are excluded. Many of us live in inaccessible housing and are dealing with prejudices at all levels, in the family and outside, in school, social situations, and from state agencies, being seen as low status because we're poor. When we go into a shop, the shoplifting announcement comes over the tannoy. For customer security, CCTV is operating in this store. Our low income and low status results in financial dependence and abuse. Disabled women are 3 times more likely to report rape and twice as likely to suffer domestic violence. But very few women's refuges are accessible or have care support services, so disabled women are less likely to leave or quickly return to the violent partner. Disabled women and those of us of colour and trans frequently encounter assault and abuse in the street and on public transport, and we have been part of campaigns for staff in ticket offices and to keep the guard on the train to minimise our vulnerability. As disabled girls, we're a medical curiosity, routinely looked at naked by medical students, mostly men. And on a first date, often the first question a man asks us is, can you have normal relations? Reporting rape to the police disbelief that anyone would want to have sex with us. Only venereal diseases prove we're telling the truth. In pregnancy, disabled mothers are immediately offered an abortion when we go to maternity services. The independent living movement has been going a long time. In the UK, a social worker decides what you can or can't have. It's bureaucratic. What time in the morning you can get up is set, even if you've had a bad night. If you need something extra, they won't do it because it's not on the care plan or the task list, as Virginia talked about earlier. So people have really seized on what's called direct payments, where you get the personal budget to employ your own people. But that has actually been a cut compared to council services. And councils also deduct care charges before making the payments. Services should be free, but we are charged for them from our disability benefits, often more than £100 a week. Disabled people are demanding to be able to choose who provides our support, when and how, not a social worker, and not medicalised and decided by doctors. Not provided by low-paid, resentful workers, from whom abuse is rife, including clipping the time they spend with us. It should be funded from central government, so it's not worse locally in some places. People mistrust the word care, which seems patronizing, so people prefer to say support, where we have agency. Some fear that financial recognition of family carers alone will keep us under the thumb of the family. So financial recognition of carers has to be parallel with financial independence for us. We're not against family. Some of us only really trust close friends and family, not strangers. We want to shape policy. One example is the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham, where the local community won free home care, the only place in England to do so. Very unusually, the council leader brought 2 people from the community campaign into the council to work on policy. During the pandemic, they contacted each disabled person to find out what they needed. The opposite happened elsewhere. The government deprioritized social care in emergency legislation, and when home care visits stopped, the death rate of people not from COVID on the council home care list doubled or tripled, especially in low-income areas. Spending on institutions and for-profit companies is dominant in childcare, homes for disabled children with so-called challenging behaviour, where restraint and other abuse is rife, in care services, as people have spoken about, and older people's residential homes, where we are dehumanised as a commodity to be used for profit. We say welfare, not warfare. Cuts to disability benefits are estimated to be £9 billion, which the government is proposing, alongside deep poverty on universal credit. But at the same time, the UK government is increasing military spending, which already includes Trident nuclear weapons and submarines costing £59 billion. The Royal Air Force is flying from Cyprus over Gaza, complicit in the Israeli Defense Force bombing children, women, and even hospitals. So we say money for our independent living and for the community, not bombing people. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. That was very powerful, and the images just added to that. We're now going to have a recording from Swati Renunciamatala, who is an associate scientist at the World Agroforestry Center and is also very involved in community-managed natural farming, working with women as they transform the food they grow that also improves the health of them and their families.
Namaste everyone, I'm Swati and I am sending this recorded message from India. I would have loved to join in person, preferably, or would have loved to join live to see you all, to be, more dynamic in this conversation and not be this one-sided video. But obviously the time constraints is why I am sending this recorded message. My articulation would be about the amazing work that's happening and is being done by the farmers, especially the women farmers in Andhra Pradesh. The next 10 to 15 minutes, I will take you to a narrative of how not addressing the problem by bringing people together has been very essential, and how that was achieved by a government program in one of the states in India. India is divided into 29 states, and Andhra Pradesh is a state. It's you can consider it like a province or county, just for reference. So we call it states. And Andhra Pradesh is the fifth largest state in India. It is also have a huge coastline. It has three major agroecological zones, namely Rayalaseema region, which is arid, semi-arid. Then there is the confluence of two major rivers of Krishna and Godavari, so it creates the delta region. And then there is the hilly region, the Eastern Ghats, which basically form the tribal areas. And then you have the plain area. So for the understanding of how Andhra Pradesh looks like or is, these three agroecological zones are predominant, and which is also in a way reflective of the agroecological major, very macro agroecological zones in India. So understanding the regional context and a national context, and then all of you doing this amazing work will be able to relate. We are talking about women today, and the work that has happened with the Andhra Pradesh Community Managed Natural Farming Program is basically based on the work that has happened 2 decades, it's almost 25 years before that. The women, and especially the rural women, were brought together in collectives. I'm very sure that the power of collectives is well known. I am very sure the amazing work done by the Global Women Strikes team or Women at Crossroads, that bringing people together is a force to reckon with. And that is the collective power of bringing rural women together, was what was done in Andhra Pradesh 25 years back. And it's miraculous, to say the least. As a young researcher, I myself am very hesitant to use words that are anecdotal, but yes, it's a miracle of bringing women together for their own, who work towards their transforming their own situation. What we believe is that poor people, they are poor, should not be treated poorly. And India especially has, because of the historical reasons, that there is a large amount of population that lives below the poverty lines as well. And 70% of the country is based on agriculture as livelihood. So, and obviously in this hierarchical or hegemonized system, women, and especially rural women, are marginalized, are on the fringes, are not part of the mainstream. And also, to add to this, because it's a agriculture dominant country still, irrespective of the global software powers, the soft power, India is still predominantly agri-based livelihood system. Women are invisible force. Rural women are invisible force in the agriculture system. And that's why we say that women do maximum agriculture work, though they are not reckoned as farmers, though they are not reckoned as not just caregivers at their house, they are not reckoned as caregivers of their farms, that they beautifully tend the soil. They are the one who do that seeding. They are the one that do the tilling. Women are the ones who do the harvesting. They take care of the crops as well. So this is a constant conversation that we have been having with Selma, Nina, Solvik, and others over the years, that when we talk about care income, the care income is not only giving or caring for a family, it's also caring for the soil, for the land, for the biodiversity and ecosystems, that women play such a major role. And that is also something that that also should become part of the care income narrative to the world that we are talking about. So that work of rural women collectivizing has been the foundation on which in 2016-17 is when the government of Andhra Pradesh built or layered the natural farming program. Why we are talking about natural farming? We have living in a generation, we have grown, especially somebody like me born in the 80s, we have grown understanding agriculture that only putting chemicals in the soil. Fertilizers and pesticides is how crops can be grown. But I think the last decade, and in fact, COVID and all these, new age diseases are teaching us that let food dye be medicine is becoming that we are taking more medicines than we are taking food. So it's very crucial for us to change the food systems. And this is not just a personal health, it is also talking about planetary health. We are conversing this today in the day and age of climate change. We are talking this today in the day of global warming. How do we really find solution? And food systems contribute 35% of the global greenhouse gases. So while it is the victim, it is also the cause. So we need to address. So that is the reason the conversation of natural farming in Andhra Pradesh, and now it's spreading across India and globe. And you know it by terminologies of agroecology, regenerative agriculture. Basically, an alternative agricultural systems where we are looking at using local inputs to grow food. That is the narrative. And this narrative is aided by a strong backing of rural women. And that's what is happening in Andhra Pradesh. I want to utilize this time of ours to understand how women in Andhra Pradesh are actually working towards ensuring food security, and not just food security, the health and nutrition aspect of their own families and their communities. So I will take you through a small video we will see where this aspect will be amply cleared.
Andhra Pradesh Community Managed Natural Farming is a state government initiative aiming at transforming the ways of farming and food systems. Since 2016, introduce kitchen gardens to facilitate the consumption of nutrition-dense fresh foods. Kitchen gardens refers to the way of growing vegetables, fruits and herbs in a small personal garden typically located near a kitchen for daily culinary use. Kitchen gardens are an excellent way to ensure access to fresh, healthy foods and to promote health of an individual and community. Women in the program are frontline warriors, fighting against the adverse effects of chemical farming on public health and climate. APCNF prioritized health and nutrition of women, children, and community. Farmer Nutrition School to educate women about the need for change in consumption behavior. Counselors take regular home visits and bring awareness over the need for change in consumption patterns. Food Basket is making the foods grown in a community available to all, ensuring local consumption of chemical-free, nutritious, and vitamins-rich foods.
ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ టైంలో బ్లడ్ తక్కువ ఉంది నాకు 7 పాయింట్స్ ఉన్న బ్లడ్ మేడం గారు చెప్పిన టిప్స్ వల్ల బ్లడ్ ఇంప్రూవ్ అయ్యి 9.4 గ్రామ్ పెరిగింది. న్యూట్రీ గార్డెన్ కి ముందు చాలా హెల్త్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, బట్ ఇప్పుడు న్యూట్రీ గార్డెన్ వేసుకున్న తర్వాత చాలా వరకు హెల్త్ బెటర్ అయింది.
ఈ ప్రకృతి వ్యవసాయం ఫుడ్ తినడం వల్ల నాకు ఒంట్లో ఆరోగ్యం బాగా వచ్చింది.
మేము ఏ కెమికల్ లేకుండా ఈ ప్రకృతి వ్యవసాయం పద్ధతుల్లోనే కూరగాయలు పండించుకోవటానికి గల కారణాలు ఆరోగ్యవంతంగా ఉండాలి, మనం బాగుండాలి, మన కుటుంబం బాగుండాలి, మన పక్కన వాళ్ళు బాగుండాలన్న ఉద్దేశంతో మేము ఈ పద్ధతులు చేపట్టాం. మాకు ఏ అవసరాలు ఉన్నాయో అవన్నీ అవసరాలు ఆ కిచెన్ గార్డెన్ ద్వారా తీరుతాయి మాకు.
The nutrition aspect of the program is to ensure food security and good health and nutrition and immunity to their families. And in India especially, and I'm very sure these are the cases in majority of the global south countries, is that in a household, the nutrition aspect is so skewed. So the best protein availability goes to the male members or the children, and then women are the one who eats in the last. So ensuring that the access to good daily supply of different food varieties has been very crucial, and the health and nutrition aspect of the program has been working towards that, helping in increasing the hemoglobin level, which is majority. There is such a vast amount of women who are anemic, and this is us trying to address that concern. We have definitely talked about the APCNF program led by women with respect to scale, with respect to transforming the food system at the macro level. But all these changes takes place through that grounding of one transforming their kitchen gardens, one small parcel of land, then transforming and increasing it to a larger parcel. And it's not an easy transformation, because the aspect of, and this we have mentioned it on several forums, that why women are brought into this conversation of natural farming before men. And we have realized that for men, they, because of whatever reasons of their thinking, it's difficult, it's time consuming, and it's very energy intensive and resource intensive to make them transform, to bring them into the purview of this trust mechanism that let us at least give natural farming a try. Women, on the other hand, because of several reasons, because of historical and patriarchal reasons, especially in India and rural India, is that they are the ones who basically work in their kitchens, as well as they are the one who work as agriculture laborers on the field as well. And that is the reason when you address or when you contact women, is they understand it better, because they cook food, they know what kind of food that is being cooked. Is it nutrition? Are they able to feed their families? They look at the soil, they tend the soil, and they realize that that soil structure is degrading. And that's why it's very crucial. And that's the reason why we feel that women are the harbinger of, transforming to agroecology or natural farming systems. This is a very crucial breakthrough that men would definitely come. Agriculture is both a men and a women subject, but we want to go via the route of women because we don't have time. We don't have time to bring all these changes. We cannot wait for the men of the world to understand it, rationalize it, or whatever reasons. And that's why we start with women. We enter a household with women. We start with small kitchen gardens. We start with themselves as change. Only then we can talk about planetary level transformation. We can talk about global warming. We can talk about the urban consumers, markets, governments, policies. This is a crucial narrative. And why we realized also is that working with women self-help groups it is easier to have women into collectives as compared to men collectives. In India especially, we have seen that men collectives have not thrived well as compared to women collectives. There may be several reasons for it. And this is not about bashing the men. It is about harnessing the potential of women coming together, harnessing their own strengths, creating a voice for themselves. And with respect to improving the agency, what do I mean by agency? I am saying that in the decision-making capacity of a woman has improved a lot while transforming from natural farming, because of the accessibility of nutritious food, because of regular income, because there is multi-cropping system model that natural farming is built upon. The access to income has been extremely crucial as well. So and then obviously the knowledge that they have access to has been crucial in improving their agency. And agency in the discourse of women empowerment is the first step towards ensuring that empowerment. So you improve, you do some, intervention, it impacts the agency at a self level, the decision to make some decision for self, for their household, then for their family or the farms, and then their communities. And that in turn helps their autonomy and their well-being as well in the larger scheme of women empowerment. And the best part about this is that this is not just story of the women in Andhra Pradesh, who are leading this extremely and amazing movement of the largest agroecological movement in the world. by enrollment of 1 million farmers. But different states in India are also taking this up. We are working with women self-help groups and their federations in different states. So it's not just a story of Andhra Pradesh or a women in Andhra Pradesh. We have amazing women that we are working with the Global Women's Rights team in Chhattisgarh, the Nava Chhattisgarh Mahila Sangathan. And we are working with them who are also our pioneers in with the tribal women and the amazing women of Chhattisgarh. We are working in MP. We are working with 13 other states in India. And then it is not restricted to only till India. We are also working in countries like Zambia and Indonesia, and other countries are also in pipeline. The breakthrough here is that we work with the one who is tending to the soil. We have a lot of conversation around, oh, we should be doing this and that, there has to be policy. But these are all talks and narrative, and those will fail until you do not bring all those into actions. And that is what we have been able to achieve in Andhra Pradesh. And with this, there is a lot more to speak, but the narrative around care income was about the fact that can we acknowledge that the role of rural women into not just providing for their families, but also contributing toward this larger, scheme, conversation of global warming by making that small effort and change, which is what is going to save us all. So care income for women, not in the household level. I feel that the care income of the women when they tend to their soil, their farms, and all, will be saving all of us from this precarious global warming and climate change is extremely crucial. And with that, I stop here. And so much love to all of you amazing women. I hope I was able to really bring out this narrative. And much love to you all. Namaste.
Wow, great. All right, our next panelist is Shafika Hassas. You work on guaranteed income at the Economic Security Project and are working on getting pilot programs of guaranteed income to move from pilot to policy. Can you speak to us about what is happening in the US? What kinds of cash benefits have been made available? What are the benefits of offering a guaranteed income in the form of cash specifically for mothers? And what strategies can we use to expand this?
All right. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be with you all. If we met last year, if we're meeting here for the first time. Before I hop in, what was that? Oh, bring it even closer. Okay. There we go. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be with you again this year, whether we'd met at the past Global Women's Strike conferences or if we are meeting for the first time. Before I go into this list of questions, and I'm going to even expand it to tell you guys about the fight that's going on, because I think it's important that we clearly are in a room of people who are fighters, and they should be involved, because not only is there great guaranteed income expansion work going on, but there are forces who want to ban it, and we should really be talking about it. So a touch about me, oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry. A touch about me, I am the mother of a 3-year-old baby boy. His name is Kareem. We are Palestinian. And I say this because I really thank and appreciate and love how much Palestine and Gaza have been brought up today. And it's actually the way I've met a lot of you all before I was professionally working with you, and knew about Nina and Selma and all of that is from the amazing work that they do on Palestine. And so it's just another way to show how this solidarity has really... So before I go into what kind of policies we've won, I think it's really important to at least acknowledge some of the fundamental pilots that have underpinned these policy wins, especially for mothers, for carers. And the first one, it might be the one everyone has heard of. Maybe it's new if this is a new field for you, but it's from my co-chair who runs the Guaranteed Income Community of Practice, which, just to give you guys a glimpse, when I started working at the Economic Security Project, There's like 150, maybe 200, like very smart academics and some implementers in a room, and it was all good and well, and they were all friends. And it is now about 1,500 people, 1,500 organizations, I should say, in 38 states. Where there are pilots, and then about 43 states where people are, wanting to run pilots. So it, is not just this kind of blue state paradigm and whatnot. People want cash in their pockets, and they want to fight for it. So cheer for that. So the Magnolia Mothers Trust started in Jackson, Mississippi, explicitly for Black mamas in public housing. And I say this because I think it's really important to acknowledge that very first pilot. And it was specifically done for those who are mamas, because of how much they were left out of and the deep-seated racism of Mississippi. But then this is like the world's briefest history. There's a lot of skipping going on. But we have a fantastic project that's then started by a wonderful doctor. Her name is Dr. Zaya Malawa in San Francisco. And she kind of expanded on these efforts, and her pilot was publicly funded. And she said the same thing, Black mothers giving birth, Pacific Islanders giving birth in the state of California had horrifically high rates of postnatal kind of poor outcomes, and that these mothers needed extra support in pregnancy. And for this incredible work, she was punished. And so she is in an active, ongoing lawsuit against the San Francisco Department of Health, of conservatives, I should say, suing the San Francisco Department of Health, which is where she was working, because of things like racism doesn't exist, yada, yada. And so they are fighting her program, and they're fighting the government from allowing this program to have existed. And that's something that still is going on to this day. I mean, we're talking, often when we talk about history, we're telling a story from like the 80s. We're talking about from a year ago. But that's been a fantastic pilot that still exists and has even expanded into other parts of California, like Los Angeles, and is now using really explicit health outcomes to still support Black and Pacific Islander moms who have huge rates of health disparities in the state of California. And so that going, from public funding was still another new win. And Dr. Zaya is still one of the biggest advocates, opening new doors of funding opportunities from the public, from the government, to keep funding guaranteed income work. So, we pivot. I'm giving these examples out of order a bit, but we pivot to show where there are wins. And then we have another pilot started by another doctor, a pediatrician, Dr. Mona, as most people just kind of call her, but Dr. Mona is the whistleblower of the Flint water crisis, or I should say she's the academic whistleblower, right? Because the women of Flint were actually the whistleblowers of the Flint water crisis. But she began a pilot called RX Kids, which is for every single parent in Flint, Michigan having a new baby. And that's expanding into multiple counties in Michigan and into other states. I'm not positive that I'm allowed to say what states, so I'm gonna not name them, but they are red states, is what we will say. And the thing that's so special about this pilot's expansion is it was the first time that people took TANF dollars, so temporary assistance for needy families, which if you've ever had to experience the TANF system is an absolute pain in the ass. And they said TANF dollars in Michigan need to go to be paying this guaranteed income instead of towards more and more hurdles for families. And so a significant chunk of her program is funded by the system that was actually supposed to be there to give families cash. And so to take this system where in other states they build volleyball stadiums and do these other things and actually say it's going to new parents who have the highest rate of economic backslide. It's the highest point of economic anxiety are these transition points going into being a new parent, and opening that door for everyone in the country to now be following suit to use these TANF dollars is pretty remarkable. And I would definitely say that's a pilot when that's kind of done more than just be a temporary pilot. We can then jump to a few months ago when the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, announced a baby bonus. And that was doing the same thing, but actually putting it in the formal governor's budget agenda and doing the same thing, right, for families who were using TANF. And the ideal is in the future, it'll be for anyone on Medicaid, but you start somewhere, and we will keep killing ourselves on the left if we can never at least acknowledge an amount of victory, if everything is always just a failure. And in her formal address, out loud, did I do that? Oh, my bad. See, I'm doing like you, Selma. But in her formal address, she talked about this baby bump and giving a guaranteed income to every new parent for that first year of life, who is receiving various, types of welfare assistance, et cetera. And so, there's just such a great group of things going on. And I want to acknowledge this because it just happened 2 days ago. And it's not for carers per se, but it is where someone running for the mayor of New York City, her name is Adrienne Adams, she's the current speaker of the city council, headline in the New York Times is how she's going to unveil a guaranteed income program for all homeless families. And let's be real with ourselves. She didn't win mayor. We're in an election year. But if we can't acknowledge that guaranteed income went from being literally laughed out of a room in the United States maybe 5 years ago to, I'm going to make New York Times headlines by unveiling this to win voters, we are, remiss not to count all the things we have been winning over these years. So some other, fantastic care work that's been going on with guaranteed income that, yes, it hasn't resulted in policy yet, but you cannot have these things without these pilots really blowing the doors open on innovation. And so I just want to name a couple others that I love. And there's one called the Thriving Providers Project, which to the discussion from this morning from Professor Pilar about how much poor pay is involved in all of the Black and brown and undocumented women often doing care work. This is giving a guaranteed income to, in-home daycare providers because they are often the backbone of a community even being able to support itself. And so it's showing how in giving these care providers a guaranteed income, you are creating a huge community ripple effect. Another pilot, and this one I think is special because of how much talking and discussion today was around the child welfare system. But in the state of New York, for families hit with quote unquote neglect charges, which we often know means not weather appropriate clothing or not coming to school because, we didn't have enough money to fix the car. And, God forbid, we just invested in good transit and whatnot. And so it is giving a guaranteed income to those families. And, I really hope that this becomes a policy that doesn't have to be run through the child welfare system, right? That if a family is struggling, they don't, exactly like Dr. Dorothy stated earlier, they don't have to go into the system to then be given help. It's that we can acknowledge where the gaps are. We know, we have everyone's IRS data in this country. We know who's struggling. It's not that hard to figure it out. And we have so much data in this country on people from these technology systems that can be used for good and are often really just used for bad. And we know who's struggling. What if we could just give them the guaranteed income before it actually hit that point? And so whether it's a pilot for new moms or it's, this ACS pilot or the child care providers, cash is being used for folks to be able to make the best decisions for themselves. And it's really coming into the public, zeitgeist, if you will, where more and more people are even knowing that something like a guaranteed income exists. And I think that that's really a pretty incredible feat too. I wanted to just kind of say one more thing around something Alicia had said earlier, which I couldn't agree more with, which is we also have to be real. It can't just be a guaranteed income and then your landlord keeps raising the rent. Or childcare costs just keep going up and, oh, here's a guaranteed income. It's not gonna work that way. There's going to need to be market solutions. And I do have to give a shameless shout out to our president at Economic Security Project, who wrote a really great book on this called The Guarantees. And it's Inside America's Fight for a New Economy, where she gives all the examples of the successful campaigns being fought for these different things in different local towns. Healthcare, housing, et cetera. And we can think of the pandemic as a really good place where this started. You know, in the pandemic, it wasn't just an expanded child tax credit like Representative Gwynn Moore talked about. There was also eviction moratoriums. There was also a vaccine that was completely free to anyone who wanted it. You know, it wasn't something that you then had to pay for. But I say all this to say I couldn't agree more, markets are so important. But what I definitely do not want, and want to be really clear about, is that then we have 1,000,001 programs. Apply here if your car is broken. Apply here if you need new work clothes. Apply here for your disability equipment. And that's where the guaranteed income is so strong for carers and really for all people. But we know what carers are spending it on. They're spending it not just on their essentials, and essentials are so important because we need the essentials to do the rest. But I love seeing that carers spent it on letting their kids join travel soccer, taking swimming lessons, playing an instrument. There was this article a couple years ago about a mom, and I believe she was in Washington, D.C., and she talked about spending her guaranteed income on taking the kids to Disney. And Jesus Christ, if this woman wasn't skewered by everyone. I would love to sit here and be like, she was skewered by Trump supporters. No, she was skewered by everyone. Because God forbid a person who isn't rich gets to take their kids on vacation. You know, and she's a poor mother making bad choices, wasted that money. Why is giving your children the, like, quote unquote, taking them to the quote unquote happiest place on earth, her being a bad mom? But I say this because it's so important to name that liberals let us down with this. Even progressives in this movement were like, oh shit, she didn't have media training. Probably true, because the poor woman didn't know she would then get harassed and harmed, and that's terrible. But that shouldn't have been the takeaway. That's right. So I kind of want to end with something a little different, and I said we were going to talk about the fight we're in, and I do really want to talk about that, because I think the fight to even keep what we've been building, what I've been sharing with you, is important to know about. And so one of the ways that this fight is coming up is in these, literally, guaranteed income doesn't even fully exist as a government program, but this group called the Foundation for Government Accountability is already putting out anti-guaranteed income legislation in many, many states. And well, no, it's anti-guaranteed income legislation, so boo, you know? And this group who hates guaranteed income, who wants to ban it before it's really even like taken off fully, is the same group who wants child labor to come back to fill in the gaps of undocumented people being deported. And that's one of their policies they fight for, is that that child labor is too strict, we need to redo it, you know. And so this week alone, they filed bills in Wisconsin, Tennessee, and North Carolina. And Wisconsin, they've got a lot of gall because they did this already and they lost. They were vetoed, and they're trying it again. So if you're here from these states, I'm looking at the crowd I heard was here from Milwaukee. We should absolutely chat about this more and talk about getting involved in this fight. But there are people doing a really great job fighting it. And one of the ones I'm super excited about, I've been working very closely with, is folks in Texas. And there's this fantastic Texas cash table that's been formed. It has the policy folks, because you're going to need them. I'm not a lawyer. I can't write policy. I will, you'll be disappointed in me. So you're going to need your policy folks. You're going to need those pilot partners. You're going to need your grassroots. And so in Texas, we started out by just doing a big coalition advocacy day where 60 families came from all over the state, and it's a fucking big state. And they came and, we just supported with travel, but people took their days off to come and do this and share their stories and go talk to legislators about these anti-guaranteed income bills in their state. You guys, in Texas, there are 4 of the same anti-guaranteed income bill. And so we had folks like Ingrid, who was a mother and a social worker who still couldn't support her family, especially when COVID hit and she became sick. We had a young mother named Vanessa who ended up needing heart surgery in her early 30s. She had 3 small kids, and it gave her so much trauma, PTSD. The recovery, as you might imagine, from an emergency heart surgery is so grueling that it was impossible for her to go back to work. We had a Burmese man who I believe was in his 70s, but is still the predominant caretaker of his disabled adult son. And, in these states, they're doing these bills and they're like, no, we don't want to ban guaranteed income. We just want to ban it if you don't work, because caretaking to them isn't work. And so it was just, it's just the way it works. You don't get to pick your house hearing or anything. But not that long after we had this big advocacy day, the hearing on this bill, the first hearing had come up. And the representative who's, really pushing it, a mother herself who was late to the hearing because her children were off of school and she needed to take care of them, but she's the one pushing this bill. She started her testimony talking about how guaranteed income programs just make people lazy and entitled and, that's why we have to ban them. And then you had these folks come and share all these stories about being caregivers and all the work that it took for them and how much community they support with their care. And then she, at the end of the hearing, the House representative who's, trying to ban guaranteed income, sheds these fake tears and she's like, oh my God, these were heart-wrenching, beautiful stories. But this should be for charity, not for government. Sorry, So it changed. It went from everyone's lazy to no, it should be for charity, not for government, because you guys actually do work really hard. The next week was the next hearing. And that week, there was very little about being lazy or about charity. And suddenly they were talking about, oh, it's just about data privacy and we don't want people to have their data violated. It's not about banning. It's, guaranteed income maybe is good, but it's all about the data. And I say this because just people coming and centering caregivers and having their stories be so crucial had this billionaire-backed, very literally, billionaire-backed group changing their tune. Now, don't get me wrong, they still want to ban guaranteed income, but just some moms and dads and carers and, providers made them change their story 3 times in 12 days on why they should ban guaranteed income. So it showed me the power that coalition is really having, even when, we have these lousy party lines and people are gonna vote conservative, blah, blah, blah. It's a really hard fight we have against us in these states. We all know the fight we have against us, federally, but these fights exist and people aren't taking it laying down. And so I just have to remind folks, this space is so invigorating, but make sure when you're in your states, you're fighting what's there, because we can do all of this, and if they ban it when your government even wants to do something remotely good, then that is really a detriment to our movement. And so when we say things like, we fight, we win, we really mean it, because taking it laying down and letting them just ban things quietly and not standing up for guaranteed income unless we, are in a really big space of all our supporters, is gonna be the way we lose even these gains that we've had. And I'm super excited to keep these gains, to keep fighting for an expanded child tax credit, to keep fighting for guaranteed income programs to be made more permanent in more states. And I'm excited to do that with all of you guys.
Thanks so much. Yeah, that was great. That's a lot of good programs and a lot for us to build from. So last but not least, we have Margaret Prescott, who is the co-founder of Black Women for Wages for Housework, a coordinator of women of color in the global women's strike, the Sojourner Truth Radio, and so much more. And she's been a leader in the movement to recognize care work as essential in our society. So tell us a bit about the movement, the issues like cuts to welfare, and how when welfare was cut, the family policing system budget increased by 20,000%, and how programs like the expanded tax credit, the earned income tax credit, connect to ending women's poverty. Take it away, Margaret. Thanks.
All righty. Thank you so much. And I'll have to say, I've been listening today and it's just been wonderful. I'm learning a lot and really invigorating. And I'm really devastated not to be able to be with all of you. I was very much looking forward to it. Now, there is more to organizing for care income, which is the title of this panel, in various forms and can be covered now. It is important to note that a care income, although she didn't quite call it a care income, was put forward by Johnny Tillman, a Black woman from Watts, California, a mom and a grandma, who was president of the National Welfare Rights Organization back in 1965. Selma James quoted her in her opening remarks of this conference. So go back and listen again to what Selma had to say. Additionally, the National Welfare Rights Organization influenced the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's decision to focus on poverty, and its members were central to the organizing of the first Poor People's Campaign. That's a bit of history that unfortunately a lot of people don't know about. As a young teacher in Ocean Hill, Brownsville, Brooklyn, I was trained by welfare mothers who were key to both the community control of schools in New York City, but also to the open admissions program to the City University of New York. It was therefore no accident that when Black women first got involved in the Wages for Housework campaign, we worked with what was then the New York Wages for Housework Committee to organize a conference on welfare. And indeed, it was the work we were doing as Black women that drew Black women on welfare from Ocean Hill, Brownsville, and elsewhere to that conference. We then went on to found Black Women for Wages for Housework. And we campaigned at Queens College and the City University of New York for moms on welfare to have access to student grants as well as welfare without either being cut. It established a precedent. Needless to say, a lot of organizing went into that. We further participated in the first congressionally mandated conference on women, where along with welfare rights leaders that Emily Kalashi mentioned in her talk earlier, Beulah Saunders, Johnny Tillman, Frankie Jeter, I also have to lift up Christine Marsden out of Washington State, and others, we beat back the proposed workfare resolution. The conference was expected to rubber stamp, and we replaced it with a resolution that not only opposed work requirements or workfare, but also for mothers receiving welfare, having the dignity of it being called a wage. And Phoebe, who helped to organize this conference, thank you, Phoebe, always reminds us that we held off workfare and work requirements for 2 decades. It took them 2 decades to undo what we did in Houston. Now, I want to mention something about this. We won this resolution because we were able to win the support of white women from what today we call red states, from conservative states. They saw their interest in our argument that every mother is a working mother, including single mothers on welfare. Now, this happened not because we went initially and approached them and started lobbying them, But actually, it was a result of conversations with members of these Southern delegations who actually first approached me because I was wearing an apron that said, every mother's a working mother, and they wanted to find out what all of that was about. And when the resolution came to the floor, they all stood up and voted for it, much to the shock and surprise of many who were there. We then, like Malcolm X had charged the movement for change, we took our case to the United Nations. So we took advantage of the UN Decade for Women, 1985 to 1995, to make our case. The US Conference on Houston was the first salvo. The second was at the 1980 UN Women's Conference in Copenhagen, where we fought for paragraph 103, a description of paragraph 103 in a paper by Fanboulay entitled The UN Decade for Women, an offer we couldn't refuse. I think some of that is in one of the anthologies of Selma James. It stated in the program for action, and Fanboulay said it carried forward the demand raised in Mexico on recognition of the unremunerated work women do, with two important changes. First, it aimed to count in the gross national product women's work in the home, on the farm, and in other fields, which was invisible without remuneration or quantification. Second, the term workers was to be redefined to include women who do this invisible work. Now, it wasn't passed, but Fanboulay said it had a unifying impact among many diverse groups at the forum, which is true. I was there, several others of us who are at this event today were there. We lost in Copenhagen, but we learned a key lesson, which is that we had to figure out a way to cross the bridge, cross the huge divide between government representatives at these UN conferences and those of us participating, but who were not part of government delegations. So we worked to establish an educational charity called Housewives in Dialogue initially. We applied for United Nations status. We won Category 2 status, which gave us the right to lobby and speak directly to governments, including in UN sessions. So we were on the streets, and we were also now in the UN. A lot of organizing, which is the focus of my presentation today. Now, with that power and the fact that from the start of the Wages for Housework campaign, its founder, Selma James, insisted that we be an international. So what did we do? We issued a global campaign entitled Women Count Women's Work, including a petition with that title. So by the time of the next UN conference on women, which was held in Nairobi, Kenya in 1985, we had already managed to make some headway in gathering international support. We also found that at the conference, our table was consistently swamped by African women who wanted to learn more about this campaign, considering how much unwaged work, including on the land, is done by women across the continent. We won a resolution from governments in Nairobi. It didn't go as far as we wanted, but we won, although it was opposed by the United States, but it was put forward by some countries from the global south, including Sierra Leone. The final UN Women's Decade conference was held in Beijing in 1995. In preparation for the conference, we participated in several preparatory conferences, including negotiating language with the White House, the Clinton administration at that time, and also the Holy See, which is the Vatican. They have a seat in the UN. In Beijing, we went with a 57 multiracial delegation from both the global south and north, and our demand was backed by then by millions of people worldwide. And despite duplicity by the US and the issue seen as contentious, where only government delegates were allowed to negotiate the final language, nevertheless, again, we won, especially with the support of the Caribbean nations, where Ndaye, who was mentioned earlier, was one of one of us represented CARICOM, which is the Caribbean nations in closed door negotiations. The UN language called to measure in quantitative terms unremunerated work that is outside national accounts and to accurately reflect its value in satellite or other official accounts. Now, we also did a few things along the way. I'm leaving so much out, but you could imagine the amount of organizing that had to happen locally, nationally, and internationally for any of this to take place. We also did a few things like opposing welfare reform, including disrupting a Senate Finance Committee hearing, demanding that we be allowed to testify, and we did testify after that disruption. And today, we see welfare benefits cut while there was a 20,000% increase in funding for child removal. Dorothy Roberts spoke about that earlier. So money taken from moms on welfare to remove our children and place them with strangers rather than the cash going to the moms. We also supported the Utility Workers Union to win what became the largest pay equity settlement in the United States at that time. It established a precedent, and also we pressing for the introduction of the Unremunerated Work Act in Congress, which didn't pass, but it got bipartisan support, and it resulted in the Bureau of Labor Statistics doing time use surveys, including caregiving work and simultaneous tasks. A lot of academics, a lot of researchers are looking into the time use surveys, and they have no idea that it was a grassroots movement that really pushed for this to be happening as a result of the Unremunerated Work Act. The resolution that we won in Nairobi is now included in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Fast forward to today, where for the first time, there's legislation in Congress put forward by Congresswoman Gwen Moore. You heard her talk about it earlier, that calls for the earned income tax credit to include unpaid family caregivers and students. Also, you heard earlier about the success of the child tax credit that, while it lasted, lifted millions out of poverty and wasn't based, by the way, on having a job outside the home. And importantly, it was paid monthly, and it included immigrant families with tax ID numbers, ITIN numbers. However, as you heard, despite its success, and perhaps because of it, the non-refundable child tax credit was not extended, but it was introduced this year by Congresswoman DeLauro, and I'll have to say she has fought for this child tax credit for over 2 decades, a congresswoman out of Connecticut. A central fight around the child tax credit, like with other benefits, is the definition of work. The right, they're pressing for work requirements to receive the child tax credit as well as other benefits, even Medicaid. And our point is they are ignoring the economic contribution of unwaged family caregivers, and that we're already working. And Congresswoman Gwen Moore made it very clear that we're talking trillions in terms of the value of our contributions. And finally, just this week, though, an alternate earned income tax credit bill was introduced into Congress that does not include the language on unpaid family caregivers that is in Congresswoman Moore's bill, or funding for students as well. And so our struggle continues. We'll be talking more about that tomorrow for day 2 of this conference. I also have to lift up that our sisters in San Francisco, the In Defense of Prostitute Women's Safety Project, did a small guaranteed income pilot that Peggy Amara spoke about earlier that will be ending in a few months. But all data point to the reality that direct cash is the best way to alleviate poverty. And we're saying we want direct cash to both alleviate poverty and to reflect the unwaged work of family caregivers. And by the way, we want that direct cash on top of welfare and other benefits, not a replacement. For those of you who are attending the conference tomorrow, you're going to hear a lot more about this. And all of you, as Phoebe said earlier, will be able to be part of in-depth discussions on the EITC, on the child tax credit, on the guaranteed care income, including giving input on campaigns to press forward on these initiatives, moving from pilot to policy and more. We invite your participation. We need your active support. The bottom line is, we cannot continue to accept the definition of work that leaves out the most essential work in society. To do as such will allow the lie that moms, grandmas, and others doing family caregiving work are not working and therefore don't deserve cash and other supports, and allow the wage and unwage to be used one against the other so that the exploitation of all of us can continue. And I'll have to say, this is a struggle that's going on even with people in the guaranteed income movement who are supporting the child tax credit, that we're saying you cannot leave out the fact that caregiving is work, because again and again, we're going to be facing this issue when it comes to direct cash or any other programs that will benefit us. I also just want to say in summation, I'm ending now, that Selma James in the book Sex, Race, and Class, I hope you will read it. She said, "We have learned from bitter experience that nothing unified and revolutionary will be formed until each section of the exploited will have made its own autonomous power felt." That's what we're doing. That's what we're up against. And I also want to lift up, just a few days ago, April 4th, we marked the assassination of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. We remember him for many things, but one that I want to just highlight, I mentioned it earlier, is that he was a leader who took leadership from welfare mothers, from women in the National Welfare Rights Organization, when he focused on poverty and called for the first Poor People's Campaign. And here's what he said, taken from the book, All Labor Has Dignity. Quote, "Historians will say, we built gigantic buildings and bridges to span the seas and spaceships, carved highways through the stratosphere, subs penetrating oceanic depths. Even though you have done all of that, those of us who were hungry, you fed them not. Those of us who were naked, you clothed us not. The children of my sons and daughters were in need of economic security, and you did not provide it for them. So you cannot enter what Dr. King called the kingdom of greatness. If you do it to the least of these, you do it to me." So we hope you will join us to broaden out and further build the movement for recognition, valuation of, and finally, payment at living wages for all of our work in the home, on the land, and in the community. Thank you very much.
That was, just so many points in history, so many things that I think are good for us to reflect upon. Just want to make a couple comments before going back to our panelists. What we heard, a theme throughout, the power of women, right? We want to get things done, right? Power of women. We also heard the need for us to continue organizing. That organizing is really critical. And part of that organizing is building community. We have to keep going. I think Shafika's example, in Texas is a great one, both of building community and keeping going, because there are forces against us, right? And they are formidable and they have money. So we have to keep going with people. And what we also learned is that a care income is critical to women's autonomy, women's ability to make decisions, their ability to avoid the vulnerability that leads to abuse and poor health, whether that's physical or mental. And of course, there's dignity in a wage, and that all of our panelists talked about that women's dignity is important, and we need to count the work of caregiving. So I want to turn now to the panelists who are still with us and ask if you want to, offer one concluding remark, because I think that's all we have time for. Claire, do you want to start?
Sure. I mean, all the women who've contributed are very impressive. I think the thing is, let's keep talking and let's keep the dialogue going, because we each have our own cases to make.
That is so true. Yes. Let's keep talking. Let's keep working together. And that's what it takes, right? We have to do this together. Shafika.
So there's something I'd read recently. I'm not going to quote it directly. It was just kind of a funny take in an article. And it was conservatives who were saying that all of the great work that folks are doing, whether it be on cash or supporting our neighbors from being deported, et cetera, they're like, oh, these are nefarious, things they're doing. They do things like give each other rides and bring them places, and they help each other make their, materials. And they're using these, systems to bring people. And, they were trying to say this in a way of like, this is so nefarious that people bring each other, get each other rides so that they can go and testify. And, they'll try and give money and raise money for one another, et cetera. And I was like, yeah, that's literally the point. It's the point is that people are organizing with one another to win things.
Yeah.
And if there's one, takeaway I've really learned in the fight, in fighting against those who want to make sure that we can never have a guaranteed income, it's very literally that they only have their billionaire backers. Mm-hmm. And they, like, what I have never seen in a state that's trying to ban guaranteed income is a big group of families coming and saying, yes, we hate it. In Texas, it is only their 2 lobbyists, but they do have their billions, and that is true. And those billions pay a lot of people. But in no states where these bans have happened, have they even had conservative white people coming out to support them. And that, to me, is really hopeful. Yes. Because the only groups who have ever turned out people, and they try to say, like, oh, it's because they have these big, folks backing them up. I'm like, you have that. And these tiny grassroots organizations and these pilots who are always struggling to even stay afloat are the ones who can bring 20 families in 2 days' notice, mm-hmm. who take off work or who aren't working but try and find childcare for their kids or whatever it is to go and testify or rally at the Capitol, and they can never bring anyone. And that's, the real power in making sure that you're getting involved. And that is how we keep getting the wins in budgets, in our state budgets, and how those, become eventually the federal wins that we want to have.
Yes, that's so important. The importance of solidarity, of being there for one another, working together. Margaret.
Yeah, and from the bottom up, Shafika, absolutely. And one thing I wanted to mention also, I'm an immigrant, from the Caribbean. Right. And we know very well that those of us who are immigrants are often used against people who are not immigrants. It's like we come, to work. We have been exploited in the countries that we have come from, but also the lifestyle that people live in the global north, whether it's in Europe or in the United States. A lot of that is work that has been done, whether it's in Central America, Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, etc. We all know that. And that's not to take anything away from the working class in those countries. that helped, to build those countries up. So I did want to mention that when we talk about redefining work and looking at who's productive and who is not, we have to include people in the global south. We're not charity cases. We contribute a tremendous amount to the global economy. So we're not beggars at the gate of Europe. We're not beggars at the gate in the United States. And in fact, the border, certainly here in the US, have crossed us. So I also wanted to just quickly say that it's no accident Johnny Tillman in 1965 putting forward, she didn't call it a care income. She talked about a wage for housewives, paying women to do housework. It's no accident that also the welfare rights movement was never acknowledged by the mainstream feminist movement. Selma mentioned this earlier, as a women's movement. And because they didn't do that, they took no leadership from that movement that was demanding money for mothers, and instead they went for careers only. And as a result, they have screwed all of us, including the people who are in careers. And racism has been at the bottom of it. Also, it's no accident that the first guaranteed income program was Black women in Mississippi, of all places. Mississippi, okay? So let's keep all of that in mind. There is a whole movement to make Black women in particular invisible. There's a whole movement to divide Black and brown people. We're not going for it. We're going to need everybody on board, counting all of our work, so that we can move forward and build and have the kind of life and have the kind of world that we want to live in. Thanks.